That is a privileged contact, not attack. Yes, Honorable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, now that we have the Finance Minister, Clerk. Mr. Speaker, now that we have the Finance Minister here, Finance Minister, we need your attention. You are pressing your phone.
Address the chair.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister Deputy, his able deputy, he has been able to do a very good negotiation this morning. And now that his boss, the minister, is here, we are ready for the appropriation. We can zoom in into the appropriation. Except that, Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the majority chief whip how many addendums that he intends to have today. Because yesterday he had 4 addendums. So we need to know how many addendums do you intend to bring today. But we can move into the appropriation now at the consideration stage of appropriation. But we need to know how many addendums you intend to do. Yesterday, we had 4 addendums. So please, full disclosure, we don't want you to give us over 10, 15 addendums because we are rising Senate day today.
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
We won't exceed 3 addendums. We will not exceed it. We will not exceed it, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Majority Chief Whip, whether or not it will be 3, 4, or 5, only God knows. Only God knows. We are here to work for Mother Ghana, so it doesn't matter the number of addendum papers that will come before us. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, may I pray that we take item number 21 on the order paper. Mr. Speaker, my brother, the Honorable Minority Chief Whip, is not opposed at all.
Honorable members, the appropriation number 2 bill 2025 at consideration stage. Appropriation at consideration stage. Clause 1, Chairman of the Committee.
Sum of money to be issued from the Consolidated Fund for the 2026 financial year.
Mr. Speaker, there's no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 1, standing part of the appropriation, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Retained internally generated funds.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 2 standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 3.
Payment of money on authorization of minister responsible for finance.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 3 standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 3 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 4.
Repeal.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 4 standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 4 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 5.
Commencement.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . .
1 members, any proposed amendment to clause 5?
Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favour of clause 5 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 5 is ordered to stand part of the bill. First schedule.
Sum of money to be issued from the Consolidated Fund for the 2026 financial year.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to the first schedule? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favour of the first schedule standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The first schedule is ordered to stand part of the bill. The second schedule.
Retained internally generated funds breakdown.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to the second schedule? Yes, Honourable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, on the second schedule, the ministry responsible for local government, chieftaincy and religious affairs. Mr. Speaker, Finance Minister, the money is inadequate. There are a lot of civil service providers under this ministry. And then I think that either you adjust it or when you are coming mid-year, then you should be able to increase it. Because majority of the service providers haven't been paid. And
Honourable Minister and honourable members, he has provided the answer that when you are coming for the revised budget mid-year, you consider it. So I will therefore put the question. It is a proposal rather than an amendment.
The minister is amenable to such suggestions, and for the period of time we've engaged him, he's such a good friend.
Yes.
We want him on record.
Yes.
He must say something. We want him on record. Okay. So that's another question. Because
Honourable Minister for Finance.
May I finish?
Okay, very well. I'm just calling upon him to do. Yes, they say Ato is forcing. They want you to play. They want your voice to be placed on record.
Mr. Speaker, I've noted the concern raised by the minority deputy whip, and I will take that into consideration when preparing the media review. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the minister responsible for local government, he laid papers on your behalf. The service providers are under him. He's suffering. And I'm talking about local government minister. And I'm saying that he's in charge of 5 ministries. He's in charge of local government, chieftaincy, sanitation, special initiative. They are all under the local government now. So be able to up his money instead of buying a lot of aircraft, one for the president, one for you.
As many as are in favor of the second schedule, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The second schedule is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Third schedule.
Summary of expenditure by ministries, departments and agencies, economic item and funding.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to the third schedule? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of the third schedule, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The third schedule is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Fourth schedule.
Summary of expenditure by program, economic item and funding.
Chairman of the committee, fourth schedule.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has no proposed amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to the fourth schedule? In the absence of the fourth schedule, in absence of any proposed amendment to the fourth schedule, the question is, as many as are in favor of the fourth schedule standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The fourth schedule is ordered to stand part of the bill. Long title.
An act to provide for the withdrawal of sums of money necessary to meet government expenditure for the 2026 financial year from the consolidated fund and other public funds and for related matters.
Chairman of the committee, any proposed amendment to the long title?
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
Honorable members, it is for your consideration any proposed amendment to the long title. In the absence of any proposed amendment to the long title, the question is, as many as are in favor of the long title standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The long title is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Honorable members, that brings us to the end of the consideration stage. Yes, Majority Leader.
The Speaker will take item number 22.
Yes, Minister for Finance.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move that the appropriations number 2 bill 2025 be now read the third time. And Mr. Speaker, in doing so, let me use this opportunity to thank honorable members for their dedication and contribution throughout the budget season. It has been 6 weeks of intensive debate and comment. The Speaker, I want to say that we do not take that lightly at all. And all the comment has been introduced as part of the debate has been taken into consideration and going into the media review. Mr. Speaker, we'll do our best to factor some of the suggestions into the media review and make the necessary amendments. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much. I so move.
Yes, Honorable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, before the motion is seconded, the Minister is introducing something alien to our rules. You don't move a motion, and in between moving the motion, you are commenting and talking. The motion should have been seconded, passed before the Finance Minister comes. What he has done is wrong.
Honorable Habib.
Speaker, so the motion should be seconded before the Finance Minister comes to thank us.
Honorable Habib, with all due respect, moving a motion goes with some statement, some explanation. It is only after seconding the motion that I open the floor for other members of the House to debate. So, Honorable Habib, I beg to differ. The rules are very clear that when you are moving a motion, any seconder.
Mr. Speaker, I would to second the motion and thank the House for supporting us.
Now, motion moved and seconded. It is now for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, absolutely the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted.
An act to provide for the withdrawal of sums of money necessary to meet government expenditure for the 2026 financial year from the consolidated fund and other public funds and for related matters.
Honorable members, the appropriation number 2 bill 2025 is duly read for the third time and duly passed. Yes, Majority Leader.
Item 12, Mr. Speaker.
I'll give you a good one.
Yes.
The leader has given indication, all in the spirit of ensuring that we dispense of business ASAP, and then we can rise on time. We had, with the appropriation bill, we had one to come for second consideration, but we engaged the minister. I want to commend him. He has shown magnanimity in terms of some considerations and matters that have to be dealt with. I want to place on record that the minister has shown good leadership, especially in this regard, specific to GMPC and other matters. I want to urge him to continue in that spirit. Now, Chief Whip, your back, Chief Whip, your back is not looking too happy. It's a fact, and we are rising in few hours. Your back is not looking happy. Are you happy? Are you happy? Okay. The minister is here. So there are matters that the Chief Whip must follow up on. Are you sure we are properly constituted and we can rise? So he must be speaking to this concern. Your back is not happy. Look at their faces. They are not happy. Right? They are not happy. The minister is here. Let's do the needful. Leader, make the house happy so that in few minutes we can all rise as a whole. There are matters. They are very important matters.
Hey, don't whip. Hey.
And the minister is here. Hey, let's deal with them.
Don't whip them to shout.
Mr. Speaker, I want to assure him that he has nothing to worry about. Absolutely nothing to worry about. And he wants to know whether they are happy. Are you happy? But I can assure everybody, that all outstanding commitments have been dealt with. That I can assure you. And I'm sure Habib knows. Habib knows, so there's no problem.
Honourable members, motion numbered 12. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I keep advising my colleagues. Order 2173 gives any member of a committee to present the committee's report. And I'm the vice chair of the committee.
But let me pray for you.
Honourable Richard Achampo, as a matter of fact, I called on the chairman of the committee. In the absence of the chairman, if the vice chairman or a member is going to present the report, we need to know as a house, and the record will show that the report is being presented by the vice chairman or a member of the house. It is not automatic that a member can get up in the name of the chairman of the committee and begin moving a motion slated for the chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, you are right, absolutely right. Mr. Speaker, the chairman is unavoidably absent. He's seen to other very important matters. So, in lieu of him, the vice chairman is able and capable to present the report.
Yes, minority.
To move the motion on his behalf.
Minority Chief Whip. That's the application before us.
Speaker, in the spirit.
But I'm not on my feet.
Speaker,
is minority. This is the minority
Speaker,
Chief Whip.
we will not litigate on this matter.
Very well.
I see the finance minister in the house. And the finance minister has also indicated that all the outstanding matters will be dealt with. In that spirit, he can go ahead and lay the paper. You can go ahead and take the business.
Yes. Vice Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. And let me thank my colleagues. Today, the last day, so they are cooperating very well. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move motion captured as item number 12 on today's order paper at page 11, that this Honourable House adopt the report of the Finance Committee on the indicative debt treatment menus between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance and individual commercial lenders, for the restructuring of the outstanding commercial debt of $2,700,000,000 United States dollars. In so doing, Mr. Speaker, I present your committee's report. I call on the Answer Department to capture the entire report as having been read, whilst I read out the conclusion. Mr. Speaker, the conclusion is at page 8 of the committee's report. After careful consideration, the committee noted that the debt restructuring was critical in supporting government to restore and sustain microeconomic stability and debt sustainability. The committee unanimously recommends to the House to adopt its report and approve the indicative debt restructuring terms between the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Minister of Finance, and the participating creditor countries of the Official Creditor Committee: Australia, Belgium, Brazil, Canada, China, the Czech Republic, Denmark, Finland, France, Germany, India, Israel, Italy, Japan, the Netherlands, Norway, Saudi Arabia, South Africa, South Korea, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, Turkey, the United Kingdom, and the United States of America. Pursuant to Article 181 of the 1992 Constitution and Section 56 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016 Act 921. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion move report presented. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion and to call on this House to approve the indicative debt treatment menus between the Republic of Ghana and over 50 of our commercial lenders. Mr. Speaker, you'll recall, everybody in this House remembers the process that was started in 2023 to restructure our debt. And it started with the famous domestic debt exchange program that sought to replace some notes and bonds to the tune of $20.3 billion with new ones, with its associated painful haircut that happened in this country. After that, there have been other processes, including restructuring of Eurobonds, also in 2024. And in June this year, this House gave approval for the indicative terms for the restructuring of our bilateral loans. Subsequent to that, the Ministry of Finance has engaged with some of our bilateral lenders and have successfully signed the agreement with a number of countries, about 7 of them so far, including China, Spain, United Kingdom, and recently the Czech Republic. What is outstanding is $2.7 billion of our commercial loans. And when we do this, it will bring finality to the process of the debt restructuring. And so we have presented about 3 scenarios as have been duly captured in the report. The first scenario is the one that this House has already approved for the bilateral loans. The other 2 are indicated in the report. And so we want to call on this House to approve this so it will allow the Ministry of Finance to conclude negotiations with the commercial lenders. I so submit, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Deputy Minority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, having listened to the able Deputy Minister responsible for Finance, I am convinced that we need this. And then he needed to admit that the current economic stability that we are having in the system is due to this very arrangement. Mr. Speaker, this very arrangement, this debt restructuring that our creditors, we are not supposed to service our debt for some time. That is the reason why the Minister responsible for Finance, Dr. Forson, is stabilizing part of the economy. Definitely, when you look clearly, this government and the Minister responsible for Finance haven't initiated anything to stabilize the economy, either through micro or macroeconomic indicators. All that we are enjoying is due to the fact that $2.7 billion United States dollars that we have restructured. That our creditors are not coming after that. that our creditors are not asking us to service the loans, that our creditors are not asking that we should pay for the loan. So because of these freebies and the holidays that the minister responsible for finance is enjoying, that is the reason why you see that the dollar is very stable. The dollar is very stable because you are not paying our debtors. You are not servicing the loans that we have accrued. That is the reason why, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, there is nothing like MPP debt. There is nothing like MPP debt. We had debt of the Republic of Ghana. Every loan, every debt that is, Mr. Speaker, every loan, every debt that was inherited or that was actually contracted, it was contracted in the name of the Republic.
Honorable Habib,
it was.
Honorable Habib, with all due respect, nobody has placed on record MPP debt. So why are you talking about MPP debt?
Mr. Speaker, I'm guided. Mr. Speaker, I'm guided, except to add that, Mr. Speaker, to add that every debt that is contracted, it is between the Republic of Ghana. And for that matter, the minister responsible for finance, we are seeing that the dollar is stabilizing, even though we have been told that the Bank of Ghana have injected some $10 billion into the system. And I am very surprised that today exchange rate is still at 11.5. Because if you inject that kind of capital, $10 billion into the economy, you are not servicing our debts, you are not paying any interest, there is all suspension of our interest on our loans, and yet the dollar is still doing 11. That is very surprising. Mr. Speaker, the dollar against to the CD should have been performing around 7 or 8. Looking at what actually is in the system now. Yes, Mr. Speaker, because $10 billion into this economy, and that we are not supposed to service our debts for so many years, and that our external creditors are not chasing us to make payment. Mr. Speaker, the committee concluded by saying that after careful consideration, the committee noted that the debt restructuring was critical in supporting government to restore sustainable micro-stability and debt sustainability. So, Mr. Speaker, with this paragraph, it's very clear as to what we are getting in the economy. Dr. Atuforsin and the NDC government have done nothing that is making us enjoy the single-digit inflation that we are having. They have done nothing that is making us to have a very stable currency, because it is stated in this report, the first paragraph, as I have read, and Mr. Speaker, I'll hammer on it again, that after careful consideration, the committee noted that the debt restructuring was critical in supporting government to restore sustainable micro-stability and debt sustainability. So, Mr. Speaker, with that much, I support the approval of this, and this will go a long way to help the minister responsible for finance, and that businesses will go on very well in the economy, and that people will know that what is happening currently in Ghana's economy is because of the good work that was done by the President Akufo-Addo government. The negotiation on the debt restructuring, the debt holidays that was given to us, that is what we are enjoying currently. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that what we are seeking to do today is to get approval from this House for us to be able to get the contractors who lent money to Ghana, and for some reason Ghana failed to service the debt. More or less, Ghana defaulted in the servicing of our debt in 2022, and as a result, most of this contract has come to a stall. Mr. Speaker, a typical one has to do with the Sino Hydro project. If you go to Takoradi today, the PTC interchange is stalled. Mr. Speaker, until we approve this, we will not be able to complete that project. And so what we are seeking to do is to make sure that this is approved for us to be able to agree with the contractor, for the contractors to come to site. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, our dear country defaulted in the servicing of our debt in 2022. Ghana did not service our debt in 2023-2024. In fact, in 2023, when we did not service those debt that we defaulted, the cedi depreciated. In 2024, when we did not service the debt, the cedi depreciated. So today, if the cedi is appreciating, it's not because the cedi we are failing to service our debt. Mr. Speaker, in fact, in 2025, this year, we are servicing our debt with 59 billion Ghana cedis this year. 59 Ghana cedis. So it is wrong for anyone to assume that Ghana is not servicing a debt. 59 billion Ghana cedis. External debt alone, we are paying 8.9 billion cedis to service the external debt. Mr. Speaker, domestic debt, we are spending 51 billion Ghana cedis. And so, Mr. Speaker, it cannot be the case that Ghana is not servicing its debt. Right, Honorable Speaker, let me put it on record that the stability we are seeing is not because of debt restructuring. Debt restructuring started in 2022. Why is it that the country could not see stability in 2023? Why didn't we see stability in 2024? Why are we suddenly seeing stability? So, Mr. Speaker, if they want to share in the glory of President Mahama, please ask permission from President Mahama. President Mahama will gladly allow you to take some 1% of the glory that obviously he's enjoying. But right, Honorable Speaker, let me say that we have come far. There's still more work to be done. And in the coming years, we'll take some steps to correct some of the mistakes that were made in the past and bring this country to economic stability. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Honorable members, consequential resolution number 13. Minister for Finance. Consequential resolution number 13.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that resolution captured in page 12 as item 13 be taken now. I so move.
Honorable members, any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I write to second the motion.
Honorable members, resolution moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Honorable members, I will put a question. As many as are in favor of the consequential resolution number 13 at page 12 of the order paper say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The resolution is accordingly adopted. Yes, Majority Leader.
For us to lay the master gas agreement.
Honourable members, at commencement of public business presentation of papers, item numbered 1, Minister for Finance.
Master Gas Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition, and the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation, GNPC Exploration and Production Limited, Talo Ghana Limited, Cosmos Energy Ghana HC, Cosmos Energy Ghana Investment, and Petrol SA Ghana Limited as contractor parties.
Honorable members, paper duly presented, and it is referred jointly to Finance Committee and Energy Committee for consideration and reports.
Mr. Speaker, petroleum agreements are mainly for energy committees. I don't know why finance committees will definitely come in. If it is the leadership of finance committee, fine, but it should be for leadership.
Mr. Speaker, just to clarify, Mr. Speaker, the reason why the Finance Committee will be needed is that there is a backstop a form of CIT backstop that the Finance Committee will be very important. Mr. Speaker, the reason why I'm involved is that the minister responsible for energy required, the agreement is jointly signed by the Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Energy. And so you require the two committees to be able to sit and appreciate what is in the document. And so I suggest that the Finance Committee, at the minimum, leadership be involved in considering the disagreement. Thank you.
Honourable members, item number 2 on the order paper addendum. Yes, so the referral is to energy and finance. So,
Speaker, the contention is that leadership of finance should rather join energy. No, yes, that's what I'm saying. Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's the same language. I'm saying that, Speaker, the contention is that leadership of finance should rather join energy to consider it. Who will litigate it, Mr. Speaker?
Very well, very well. I would withdraw the earlier referral and to say that the paper presented is referred to the Committee on Energy with leadership of the Finance Committee assisting. Yes, item number 2 on the order paper.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources has just stepped out of the chamber. So we pray that the Minister for Finance does this on his behalf. Mr. Speaker, humbly submit.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, but for nothing I would have opposed. Because the Finance Minister is seeking to do the needful, we will allow him. Because the Lands Minister a while ago was in the chamber and he suddenly vanished. Anyway, we are not opposed. You can go ahead.
Very well. Minister for Finance, you may do so for the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources.
Minerals and Mining Royalties Regulations 2025.
Honourable members, the Minerals and Mining Royalties Regulation 2025 is duly presented and referred to the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation for consideration and report.
Mr. Speaker, duly acknowledged, but I just sent a message to the Minister of Finance that Zimbabwe, because of the increase in the royalties in mineral resources in their 2026 budget, because of the disturbances with the introduction of this royalty, they've withdrawn the introduction of such royalties and the increases. So it's a word of caution to you and industry. I've sent it to you. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we pray you that we take motion number 26, Speaker. I know it's in full support.
Motion number 26, Minister for Education.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion 26 in page 14 of I will after moving the motion. But I ask for your indulgence. Be moved today. It's a procedural motion, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move. Thank you.
Honourable members, procedural motion number 26 is moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honourable members, this is a procedural motion. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Substantive motion number 27.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this honorable House that the Simon Daidong Dombo University of Business and Integrated Development Studies Amendment Bill 2025 be now read a second time. And Mr. Speaker, the university was named in 2020, and there were some petitions to President John Dramani Mahama. And Mr. Speaker, best practice everywhere in the world, if you see universities are named even around the communities where they are established. That is why you have Cambridge University, Oxford University, you have Yale. But Mr. Speaker, let me state emphatically that the President and government recognizes that individuals have made significant contributions to the development of our country, political, social, economic, and may deserve of some recognition in other ways, but not naming the public institutions of higher learning after them. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill is seeking to rename the Simon Daidong Dombo University of Business and Integrated Development Studies, which was established by an Act of Parliament, Act 1001. As I stated, in 2019, this happened, is to change the name from Simon Daidong Dombo University of Business and Integrated Development Studies to the University of Business and Integrated Development Studies. I so submit. Thank you.
Honourable members, I will call on the chairman of the committee to present the committee's report. Chairman of the committee, may you present the committee's report?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to present the report of the committee. Mr. Speaker, I wish to appeal to the official report, that is Hansan, to cover all the entire report as having been read as I go through the introduction and the conclusion. Mr. Speaker, the Simon Daidong Dombo University of Business and Integrated Development Studies Amendment Bill 2025 was laid before Parliament on Thursday, 18th December 2025 by the Minister for Education, Mr. Haruna Idrisu, in accordance with Article 1061 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, 1992, and Order 1593 of the Standing Orders of Parliament. The committee met with the Honourable Minister for Education on Thursday, 18th December 2025 to consider the bill. The committee expresses its profound gratitude to the Honourable Minister for Education for attending upon the committee and providing clarification.
Honourable Member, in conclusion.
In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the committee, in view of the considerations, we recommend that the House adopts the report for the change of name for the Simon Daidong Dombo University to University of Business Integrated Studies 2025. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion move, report presented. Now, debate will arise on the basis of explanatory memorandum of the bill and the report of the committee. The floor is now open.
Speaker, with respect, before we proceed, no, let's do 3-3. This is a very important bill. Oh, okay, that's fine. 2-2. So 2-2 a leadership, that's fine. Speaker, 2-2 leadership.
Very well, very well. I will give the floor to Honourable Dr. Kabiru.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise as proud alumni of the said university. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable members, can we listen to the proceedings in silence?
The history of this university is that it was first a campus of the University for Development Studies, and it was known as University for Development Studies War Campus. Mr. Speaker, we attended this university with pride because the course structure afforded us the opportunity to have hands-on training on field practice. Mr. Speaker, this campus was later on made a full-fledged university by the previous administration, and it was named SD Dombo University for Business and Integrated Studies. Mr. Speaker, there are very good reasons why universities are named after prominent personalities, especially within the catchment areas of where those universities are established. It is not only in Ghana that we have such university named after prominent personalities. Mr. Speaker, in other jurisdictions, universities are even named after towns. They are named after communities, and they are named after some people who have contributed to humanity. And it was for this reason that a very good decision was taken to rename the University for Development Studies War Campus into SD Dombo University for Business and Integrated Development Studies. Mr. Speaker, I have read the memorandum accompanying this bill, and the first and foremost rationalization of this decision was to the effect that they are evolving to contemporary time. Mr. Speaker, I did not see, and I have not read anywhere across the group where universities are the names are reverted to their previous names or they are changed because names they are named after are not in the good books of any government. Mr. Speaker, what is even more worrying is the fact that it was a campaign promise stated on campaign platforms that should the MDC win power, they are going to reverse all names that have been named after people. Mr. Speaker, that is the problem with this particular memorandum, that a government will promise on campaign platform. Mr. Speaker, we are setting a very bad precedent. We are setting a very bad precedent that a president will be elected tomorrow, and the president will say that I am changing Kotoka International Airport to Accra International Airport or Ghana International Airport. Where a president will be elected, and the president will say that I'm changing Rollins Park to Ghana Park. Where a president will be elected, and they will consider changing every single monument, every single landmark that has been used to honor great men and women of our country back because they are not in the good books of the current government. Mr. Speaker, I don't think that, and the popular saying that if a country that does not honor his hero is not worth dying for. Mr. Speaker, SD Dombo was a proud son of the Upper West region. He contributed significantly to the shaping of Ghana's democracy. Mr. Speaker, at a time that people thought that we could not have functional democracy, SD Dombo and his contemporaries were those who laid the cornerstone for the foundation of modern democracy. And the house of democracy, this house is a house of democracy, is going to dishonor the memory of such a man by the naming of one single monument, one single institution after him. Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid that in the future, when Bernard Ahiafo, member of parliament is to be honored.
Honorable member, please don't draw me into the debate.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Bernard Ahiafo, sorry for not using the Honorable Bernard Ahiafo, okay, Honorable Roxanne Defi Amoko Eche. When the people of the Volta region, after you have contributed so much to the development of Ghana, they want to honor you, and an institution is named after you, should this house consider doing that against you? Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, Mr. Speaker, the greatest, I am appealing to the government not to desecrate the memory. As we speak, SD Dombo will be turning in his grave. Mr. Speaker, SD Dombo will be turning in his grave. That a country that he fought for, that a country that he sacrificed his family, he sacrificed his job security to lay the foundation of our modern day democracy, is being desecrated by the very members of parliament who he once served as a member of parliament. Mr. Speaker, history of the formation of the new patriotic party, the then Northern People's Party, SD Dombo was the leader of the Northern People's Party. Mr. Speaker, the Northern People's Party was the foremost political grouping that brought in the North to form the modern day Ghana. And following the decision to ban all political parties that were formed along tribal lines and ethnic or regional blocks, it amalgamated into the formation of the new patriotic party after the UP. Mr. Speaker, this is the man that was honored in the previous regime. It doesn't matter where he comes from. I am not from Upper West region. I am not related to SD Dombo. But, Mr. Speaker, I fear for our democracy and I fear for people who want to sacrifice for our country. Mr. Speaker, I will want to urge the minister responsible for education. I will want to urge the president that this is going to be a bad precedent if this house should go ahead to change all universities named after prominent people. And if we do that, you can be sure that this is as good as the tenure of the new National Democratic Congress. With this view, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Honorable Che Asamoah, I believe the leaders will yield to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak on the reports presented by the Education Committee. In fact, Mr. Speaker, today is one of the saddest days in this country. Very sad day in this country. And I think when the Honorable Minister was speaking, he referred to some universities. Mr. Speaker, for your information, Harvard University was named after John Harvard, for your information and for the information of this house. Yale University was named after Elihu Yale, who was a merchant and a philanthropist. Mr. Speaker, Stanford University was founded and was named after Leland Stanford. Mr. Speaker, Duke University was named after Washington Duke and James Duke. Mr. Speaker, George Washington University was named after George Washington. You can go on and on and on and on and on. Mr. Speaker, the top 10 universities in this world were named after individuals. The honorable member spoke about CK Tandem and Dombo. Mr. Speaker, I'd like us to also focus on Akintin Appiah Minka. Mr. Speaker, Akintin Appiah Minka was a Ghanaian lawyer and a politician.
Honorable member, we are taking the bills one after the other. We are not taking the bill jointly. The bill under reference has nothing to do with what you are talking about. So limit yourself to the bill under reference.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, just to affirm what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, we are setting a bad precedent for the future generation. And we are allowing the politics of this country to go beyond the boundaries that it's supposed to. Mr. Speaker, so what does the name Johns Hopkins, one of the best universities in the world, has changed what Johns Hopkins can do? The minister I thought will come into this chamber
to request support for additional funding to support your university. So this university can embark on research. So this university can have extra infrastructure. So this university can benefit from the free secondary education that Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and the MPP government instituted. So the increased number of students that are coming out of our second cycle institution can get the opportunity to further their education at the tertiary level, because we know economic development is always hinged on gross tertiary enrollment ratio. Mr. Speaker, for me, will I say it's petty to just change the name for what? We are asking the Honorable Minister of Education to come to this house and ask for more money for the university. So these universities can embark on a detailed research, work collaboratively with industry, create new products, create new services so that this country can develop. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this is an opportunity, the minister has an opportunity to withdraw this bill. To withdraw this because, Mr. Speaker, I'm not concluding, it's not going to affect this university. We are trying to tell Ghanaians that you should not sacrifice and serve your nation, because all these universities I mentioned, they were named after philanthropists, businessmen, merchants. So the minister maybe had to go and do a further review of these universities he mentioned. None of these universities he mentioned was just named. Yale is named after an individual. Stanford is named after an individual. John Hopkins is named after, in fact, Harvard was named after John Harvard. So why are we just changing the name? So Mr. Speaker, what is happening today is not going to add up to our tertiary education. What is happening today is not going to add extra funding to our tertiary education. We need the tertiary educations that have been able to change other countries to help change this country, not because we promise politically that we will come and take away names. And does it mean that when the MPP come back, by His grace, inshallah, that means that when we come back, we will revert it back. The families and the people and the town that these people come from, as you don't come from, today will be one of the saddest days in their life. Today is going to tell young Ghanaians that it's not worth it to sacrifice and to support and to make sure that the country that you were born in is developed. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, we want to encourage the Honorable Minister to withdraw this, because this will be a bad precedent we are setting for the future generation of this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, minority leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am very sad. Mr. Speaker, I am very sad today as a politician and a legislator. And Mr. Speaker, I am very, very, very sad that the NDC government is using our own brother, Honorable Haruna Idris, who, per what he has achieved to his name, that it will be sad one day if an institution is named after him, that it can easily be scrapped. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Haruna Idris, in Tamale, if you previously, even before being a legislature, he was popularly called Harun Cons. Mr. Speaker, he became National Youth Organizer of the NDC. He became Communication Minister. He became Labor Minister. He became Trade Minister. He's now Education Minister. So are we saying that one day, if an institution is named after such a person, we should scrap it? And I am very sad that Dombo, a very distinguished personality in our history, a leader of the then Northern People's Party, MPP, a co-founder, a member of parliament, one time a leader of this house, that we name a university after him. And then one political group just think that because he has affiliation with another political group, the name should be scrapped without any other reason. Education Minister, I think this is very bad, and I think you still have an opportunity on the second reading to withdraw this and not move further. Education Minister, I will advise you seriously that the principle that we know, the principle that we respect you on, that you should not move further to make sure that this name is changed solely because it's in the name of CK Tedem. The best universities in the world, like they said, if you mention Harvard, that was somebody's name that they used to name after the university. But you cannot mention 4 top universities in the world without Harvard. The same thing with other names that are associated. So it is the case that, well, if you look at exactly what the government intend doing, it means that if you are not affiliated with the NDC, they must not and they should not name any university after you. Mr. Speaker, there are so many reasons why we sometimes name universities after people. Mr. Speaker, it's part of the reasons of celebrating our heroes and heroes. Mr. Speaker, it is for historical purpose that we name universities after people. Mr. Speaker, who was SD Dombo? SD Dombo was a teacher. SD Dombo was a member of parliament. SD Dombo was a chief. And such a person that we have named a university after him, and one political group that think that he was not affiliated to him, so for that matter he should be scrapped. And you are using his brother. You are using his brother in the person of President Mahama and Honorable Haruna Idrisu, who are both Northerners, to scrap a name named after a Northerner. Education Minister, I am very sad. What you have achieved for yourself today, if one day you are not there, we are supposed to fight for it. And Education Minister, if you are used today to scrap this name, I bet you that in future they will use other people to scrap your name. I know your principle and I know what you stand for. I will advise you strongly to withdraw this bill at this moment and not to proceed for us to go into consideration stage, not to talk about the third reading. Mr. Speaker, this is a very bad precedent that we are setting for this country. It's a very bad precedent that one day our heroes will be forgotten. There are reasons why, Mr. Speaker, there are reasons why that we name the universities after people. Mr. Speaker, and I am very sad that when you look at the members of parliament from Upper West, Dr. Jasau is here. He's not saying anything about it. Mr. Speaker, the MP for DBI, Wa Central, why is you are all here and this government is doing this? Mr. Speaker, it is very sad. Very sad that the MPs, Sisala East, Sisala West, Lambuse, Nandom, Wa East, Wa West, Wa Central, you are all here, and then you allow one of your son, one of your fathers' name to be scrapped and be scrapped from history. There is a reason why it was named after him. We don't want to forget. We don't want him to be forgotten. We don't want SD Dombo to be forgotten. Mr. Speaker, I am very sad today, as a member of parliament, that I will sacrifice for this country, that one day, whatever I have toiled for will be scrapped just by presenting a legislature. Mr. Speaker, I am very sad, and I can see that Ahmed is sad. Mr. Speaker, I can see the education minister doesn't want to do this, but he's under pressure to do it. The Honorable Haruna Idrisu that I know is a very respectable person. He respects chiefs from the north. He respects teachers from the north. He will not come to make sure that history is scrapped. And this is an attempt to scrap the name of SD Dombo from the history of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the president himself is a Northerner. Our president, John Dramani Mahama, is a Northerner from Bwale. Our education minister is a Northerner from Tamale. Our deputy education minister is a Northerner from the Upper East. And yet you want to do this to one of your colleagues, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am very sad. And Mr. Speaker, the education minister should make sure that going through this bill, we will oppose it with everything that we have. And at consideration stage, every bill, every clause, we'll vote on it. You need 138 in everything because we oppose it with everything. Mr. Speaker, we will not allow it to happen.
Honorable Habib, you can make your point, but you know the implication when you are banging the table. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favour. Honourable members, we have 3 bills.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank our colleagues and to assure them that these changes are done in good faith and reflects historical guidance to the name of universities across the country. Mr. Speaker, there is no ill feeling. SB Dombo remains SB Dombo. His contribution is recognized. If I were to ask my colleague, what about PK Adama? Have you done something in honor of PK Adama? He was also a stalwart of the UP party and New Patriotic Party, precisely because of this reason that is a thinking that name the university not after those persons. We can do other honors in their name, but certainly not those universities. And Mr. Speaker, we should not lose sight. Even President Jerry John Rawlings, who dedicated his donation to establish the UDS, which has changed the fortunes of the North in terms of access to higher education, declined the university being named after him. With this, Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleagues. Bless you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, as noted by the committee, thorough consultation is important to guide this. I thank you.
All members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
An act to amend the Simon D. Dombo University of Business and Integrated Development Studies Act 2019 at 1001 to change the name of the university to University of Business and Integrated Development Studies and to provide for related matters.
Honorable members, we are doing government business. If you won't take part, that doesn't mean you should be shouting. Honorable members, the Simon Diedon Dombo University of Business and Integrated Development Studies Amendment Bill 2025 is duly read for a second time. Here is motion number 28.
Speaker.
Minister for Education.
Wait. Speaker, may I pray that because the reports are threefold, I pray that we take the reports, then we take the reports sequentially.
Honorable members, let's go by the structure in the order paper.
Speaker.
Minister for Education, motion number 28.
Well, Speaker, I beg to move that motion number 28 in today's order paper, page 15, be moved today. I so move.
Motion move. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, this is the procedural motion. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Simon Diedon Dombo University of Business and Integrated Development Studies Amendment Bill 2025 at consideration stage.
Speaker, my humble prayer is that the advertised amendments are to be conveyed to this House via Addendum 2. It's still in the process of being brought. So I pray that we take motion number 33 in respect of the report for CK Tedam, so that we get that done.
Very well. If that is the reason, I will accede to your request. So, Marshal. Motion numbered 33, Minister for Education.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the CK Tadem University of Technology and Applied Sciences Amendment Bill 2025 be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, and in so doing, to state that is to amend the CK Tadem University of Technology and Applied Sciences Act of 2019 to change the university and to reverse it to University of Technology and Applied Sciences, which is based in Navrongo. Mr. Speaker, earlier comment had it that if you take Navrongo, for instance, Mr. Speaker, and we are to do, as I said, historical context of contribution of individuals in that area, the president received a number of petitions of protest against it. For instance, anybody from Navrongo, and I stand to be challenged, will want to honor Abavana. But the university was not named after Abavana. But anybody from Navrongo knows Abavana's contribution to the development of Ghana and Northern development. So many of these things, if not done well, further polarizes and disunite the area. So it's without prejudice to the standing of any personality and the recognition of those personalities' contribution to the development of Northern Ghana, Ghana and their community. But it's only fair that the university is named as University for Technology and Applied Sciences Navrongo, so that, Mr. Speaker, we will reverse the name. And to assure them, I heard my colleague, the Honorable Dr. Asamoah, talking about minister coming to move and support funding of universities. Under President Mohammed's research agenda, last year, all these universities received 10 million cedis from the Ministry of Education to support their activities. This is the first time ever the Vice Chancellor of CK Tadem and the Chairman of their council were in my office to hail government for this support. Mr. Speaker, into this year, I would be recognizing 8 more universities to benefit from it. In your 8 years, you didn't send a person to support any of these universities. So, Mr. Speaker, I so move that the CK Tadem University of Technology and Applied Sciences Amendment Bill 2025 be now read the second time. And to assure the honorable member for Tolong, you know there is a university to which you host as MP. There are many names in that area, including persons and personalities from Tolong, including Talena Yakubu. What happens? So we are saying that in doing this, let the consultations be thorough, and it should reflect the historical antecedents of the area. If you name one in honor of one and fail to do another, you may not be helping the cohesion of that society. With this, Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Honourable members, the chairman of the Education Committee may present the report of the committee on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to present the report of the Committee on Education on the CK Tedam University of Technology and Applied Sciences Amendment Bill 2025. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I urge Hansa to capture the report as having been read as I read out the conclusion. In light of these considerations, the committee recommends that the House adopt this report and proceed to pass the CK Tedam University of Technology and Applied Sciences Amendment Bill 2025. Mr. Speaker, I so present. Thank you.
All members, motion move, report presented. Yes, Honorable Ntim for you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to contribute to the motion under discussion and to indicate that today is a very sad day for Ghana. There is a popular saying that goes that a nation that fails to honor its heroes is not worth dying for. All these heroes whose names have been attached to these universities were done for a reason. Mr. Speaker, at a time when advanced nations are pursuing real transformation agenda for their tertiary institutions, we are in Ghana debating about and putting in manifesto change of names of universities. Mr. Speaker, how does change of names of universities add to our gross tertiary enrollment ratio? How does change of names of universities contributing to shaping universities that will be able to produce graduates that can compete competently in any part of the world for opportunities? How can dishonoring SD Dombo and dishonoring CK Tedam add to the number of graduates that will have productive skills that will be produced from the four walls of our universities? In our 21st century today, the House of Parliament must be engaged in intellectual legislations that will rather propel this country on the map. You look at all the countries who are on the top of tertiary education in the world, with United States of America with gross tertiary enrollment ratio of 88%, with United Kingdom gross tertiary enrollment ratio of 81%, with Germany 77%, even the highest in Africa, Mauritius 44%. Check their history of the nomenclature of their universities, and you will find out that for about 390 years, as long as 180 years, Stanford University, Harvard University, St. Andrews University, one of the oldest in the UK, Anglia Ruskin University, Heriot Watts University, Leeds University, Brown University, named after Nicholas Brown. All these notable universities for centuries over centuries have maintained their names. But we are in Africa, we are in Ghana, and we are competing over which political party must change names of universities. Mr. Speaker, the politicization of the names of universities will not add anything to the relevance and the quality of tertiary education. The nations we are competing with, they don't care about change of names. They are minded about maintaining the names they came to meet. If previous governments came to meet names that have been attached to universities honoring the memories of great heroes, they maintain it. If for anything at all they have other heroes yet unsung, they create opportunities to be able to honor those heroes. Here we are taking a motion. Rather, very simply, we are removing CK Tedam from the university, and then now the new name is University of Technology and Applied Sciences, and that is what we are excited about. We on this side will not be part of this shameful act of dishonoring the memories of our heroes. We are opposing this rather unpatriotic act and urging our friends to withdraw this bill.
Honorable,
we are urging our friends.
Can you withdraw the word shameful act?
I'm guiding, Mr. Speaker, and I withdraw.
Please withdraw.
And I'm guiding and I withdraw. And I replace it with this unpatriotic act. It is unproductive, it is unprogressive, and in 21st century, when Ghana, we took the gross tertiary enrollment ratio of Ghana from 16% in 2016. We managed to expand access to tertiary education to 23% in 2024. You are expected to take it from 24%
to minimum 40% as part of the education strategic plan. That is what you must pursue. That is what must occupy your priorities. This change of name at a time when countries are legislating, parliaments are legislating artificial intelligence legislations, providing framework for the deployment of ethical AI in tertiary institutions for research and for assessment. We are here busy prioritizing change of names. How did we get here in the first place? We got here because a group of people sat down, and instead of putting transformative vision in their manifesto, what mattered to them is change of names of universities. So that is what they put in their manifesto, and that is what they are pursuing. They don't care about deploying AI infrastructure for tertiary institutions. They don't care about deploying STEM into institutions. They don't care about linking industry to the lecture room to ensure when children and the young learners or young university students by the age of 18, 19 are able to have adequate and ample experience in notable industries elsewhere, in jurisdictions where they don't really are minded about change of names. We are here. We are not minded about how our learners who are watching us from the gallery, the skills they will obtain from schools and the skills they will obtain, lifelong learning skills they will obtain from universities. We still produce graduates from this country, and industries will have to train them for 3-4 years. This house must rather be engaging in legislation that is forward-looking and not legislations that dishonor our past heroes. Mr. Speaker, today is very, very sad. We are insulting the memories of C.K. Tedam, S.D. Dombo. And how is that going to be an inspiration for Honorable Haruna Idrisu, for the Right Honorable Speaker Bernard Ahiafo, to be able to contribute immensely, such that even hundreds of years after he has exited this earth, his monuments and his footprints will be recognized by future generations by way of naming a university or a research center after such notable individuals. This act will not be a good act for this government, for this country. It is not going to augur well for posterity, and I humbly urge that this House stands down this bill because of tomorrow. What are we doing? What example are we demonstrating? We are expecting the Ministry of Education and the NDC government rather come and tell us, how can this House support you with legislative framework that will ensure that C.K. Tedam University of Technology and Applied Sciences will be inventing drones, will be inventing ships, will be inventing, softwares that will be able to support Honorable Sam George in fighting cybercrime. That is the kind of request we urge you to bring, so that we support you, and not change of names. This will be one of the most unintellectual legislations to be passed if we support it, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, we appeal.
Honorable Ntim Fojo.
We appeal.
Honorable Ntim Fojo.
Mr. Speaker.
You are not a fresh member of this House. You know the rules, that we don't use a language in a very insulting manner.
Unintellectual is insulting. I'm guided. Mr. Speaker, I take a cue, Mr. Speaker. In your magnanimity, in your wisdom, we all take a cue, and I'm guided by that. And that is the reason why we need to lead this country the right way. The young children are watching. Everybody in the education sector are watching. Our development partners are watching. Our university professors are watching. And the House may become a laughing stock if we demonstrate that what matters to us is not how we pass AI legislations. When was the last time this House passed an AI legislation for a tertiary institution? When was the last time this House passed
member, you are now sounding repetitive, so conclude.
So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we must stand down this legislation, and we must honor the memories of our heroes, and rather pursue expansionary legislations that will ensure that we expand the existing universities and tertiary institutions we have and not just adding new names, changing names, or building new small universities and say we have built new universities, and then political parties will now have to be competing. How many universities did you construct and how many names did you change? But just as we benchmark global best practice, when was the last time a new university was set up in America or UK or Germany? But they are expanding the existing ones. They are expanding Harvard. They are expanding University of Southern California. What they do is that they extend branches to other states and other cities to expand access and bring affordable, quality, and relevant tertiary education to the doorstep of ordinary Ghanaians. That is what this House must be engaged in. So if this House will be minded, respectfully, if this House will be minded, and if the Education Minister will be minded, yes, we understand it was a manifesto promise, but this is the House of Parliament. We owe the good people of Ghana the solemn responsibility to do the right things and to enact legislations that future generations will benefit from. We do not see any justification and a benefit from the report late. How the Ghanaians will benefit from change of name. The ministry and the committee failed to justify the benefits that the people, our students in CK Chadam University of Technology and Applied Sciences will benefit from a mere change of name. Bring legislations that will ensure innovative financing of tertiary education beyond no fee stress. We want innovative and sustainable financing schemes. We will support you to pass those bills. We will support you to pass bills that will enhance the capacity of our faculty members and foster partnerships that are productive. With these words, I believe that we will stand this down and rather think about more forward-looking legislations to support our education transformation agenda. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister for Local Government.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to support the motion on the floor. Mr. Speaker, the records must be set straight. And I remember we were all here when one fateful night, midnight, in this chamber, these name changes were done in this house. Mr. Speaker, who is a hero? A hero is an achiever. Heroes are not named after what somebody has achieved. Is that heroism? No. What are we doing? For over 50 years, all the universities in Ghana were concentrated in the south. It took former President Rawlings to use his personal donation to establish the University for Development Studies in Tamale. Mr. Speaker, when Professor Mills' government came in 2009, and the board of the university wanted the university to be named after former President Rawlings. Mr. Speaker, the president, former president himself, President Rawlings, whose personal donation was used to establish that university, refused. Mr. Speaker, and beside that, it was that University for Development Studies, the core belief of President Rawlings was that the northern sector must develop. The name of that university must be University for Development Studies. That's the who say names have no meaning. I'm surprised, my brother. You and me, we are pastors. We have me. I'm an elder. You are a pastor. We believe that names have meanings. That's the why would he not name his son Judas Iscariot? If names have no meaning, name your son after Judas Iscariot. That's the names have meanings. And that is why names are chosen carefully. So President Rawlings, former President Rawlings, did not just say that the University for Development Studies should not name after him. Mr. Speaker, it was named University for Development Studies for a specific reason. The concentration and that university is living its name. The contribution and impact of University of Development Studies from 2000 to date, Mr. Speaker, is unimaginable. But Mr. Speaker, it is that university that has opened the entire North. From Tamale, it went to Wa. From Tamale, it went to Navrongo. Then, Mr. Speaker, we lost power. UK, you decided to rename the branches. Where you voted to come and do Adoring. Where you voted to come and do Adoring. But Mr. Speaker, if you read the report, the Committee of Education, in bringing this report, the basis for the proposed name change, Mr. Speaker, for your permission, I read just a small portion of it, page 4 of the report. The proposed renaming of the institution is presented as part of a broader effort to align with international best practices while promoting national unity. Are we now saying we should depart from best practices? Should we depart from national unity? So, Speaker, the report is self-explanatory, and the committee unanimously recommended this for our approval. So what are we saying? So, Mr. Speaker, without missing words, we must depart from that aspect of renaming, redoing things that are already there. But do you remember the name they were inaugurating that university in Navrongo? People had to run for their lives. There was a great wind that took all the canopies. All the big men were running for their lives. In Navrongo, we know all this. So the Speaker, we were all here. So the protest did not even only begin from here. When we told you that we brought UDS, Nyampala, and Navrongo to open up the North, you should have added something. The North, Damango is there, Nalergo is there, there are other regional capitals, Yendi is there. Then you chose not to bring anything new, but to go and be renamed doing Adoring. Then we have come. What are you saying? So, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the distinguished Minister for Education, who was then the minority leader and brought superior advice which was not heeded to. The needful must be done. If there were mistakes, they must be corrected. And we should not be saying that names have no impact. University for Applied Technology, Navrongo, we know the impact of Navasco, and this technology university will be added. The North is going digital. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I end my case here. And I call on my brothers on the other side to wholeheartedly support this motion. Mr. Speaker, if it will bring unity and it will toe the line of best practices and bring national unity and build its core value on technology, I so support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today is indeed a very sad day. And most significant because we have very young boys and girls in the gallery. And I'm looking at them. Mr. Speaker, when we were young, we were asked to pick role models, aspire to be like achieved individuals. I have a lot of respect for my minister. But in all deference to him, Mr. Speaker, is he telling me that CK to them is not an achiever? Is he telling me that the naming of the university after CK to them is bringing disunity? Does he have any shred of evidence to prove that the naming of this university and institutions, as the local government minister said, brought disunity? Mr. Speaker, I hold in my hands the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, and I want to read Article 35, which is under the Directive Principle of State Policy, Clause 9. And Mr. Speaker, this is what it says, and I quote, "The state shall promote among the people of Ghana the culture of political tolerance." This is enshrined in the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, unquote. And I want to take it again, Mr. Speaker. The state shall promote among the people of Ghana the culture of political tolerance, unquote. Mr. Speaker, the framers of this Constitution knew very well that one of the things that will bring us together is to tolerate each other. Apart from religion, apart from ethnicity, political tolerance is also important. This, that the government, and for me it is not a matter of the minister, it is a government business. And this was a political promise. Not all political promises have seen the day of light, especially when it is revealed. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about CK to them, a man who lived to be 94 years old, full of wisdom, very calm man, a man who has been minister before, a man who has been a member of parliament before, a man who has served at the highest stage as a member of the Council of State. Mr. Speaker, a man that represents calm heads. This is a man that anybody from the north must emulate. It is unfortunate that they seek to indicate that by asking Reverend whether they will name their son after Judas Iscariot. That's a very unfortunate statement, Mr. Speaker, because of the representation of what Judas Iscariot means. Are we telling ourselves that S.G. Dombo, CK to them, Apia Minka are Judas Iscariot? Can you imagine? Is that what we want to portray? Mr. Speaker, a lot of time when I talk, I speak as a young man, and I speak as a person who wants to aspire to serve our nation. And we talk about reset. The impression is that we want to change the ills of governance. Mr. Speaker, I believe we improve upon ourselves. Is this the changing of the ills of governance? Can't we tolerate each other for once? Mr. Speaker, in a lot of time we talk about collaboration. When we want to do government business, we want to progress this nation, we should see that things that are good, both sides should come together and push it for the good of the young people of this country. But Mr. Speaker, for me, I would make a passionate appeal to all of us here, particularly those on the majority side. There are some things that take us back. Because when you step on somebody's toe deliberately, the person is tempted to do the same. And Ghana will be the loser. Because when political parties change power, they try to undo each other, do the very things that we complain to each other. And Ghana is the biggest loser. I want to make this passionate appeal, Mr. Speaker, because for me, this is not the way to go. It does not encourage unity. It does not show political tolerance. And it shows brute show of force of majority. I believe that, and I've said this before and I want to repeat, that Ghanaians gave overwhelming majority, and God knows the reason. God gave an opportunity for us to do things smoothly. And once we are committed to do it, we have the numbers to do it and do things right. Honestly, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Minister, you know I admire you so much. And we've all seen your exploit. I believe that we can rethink again. We can look into our conscience and see that these people who are achievers, we named the stadium over Babaya. I don't think it was wrong. We have not been able to name all sportsmen over sports facilities. Definitely, if somebody refuses to accept an honor, he may have personal reasons.
it doesn't mean that another person should not be honored. What we are doing is a highest form of political intolerance. It is the highest form of political intolerance, and it is not something we should go. It's a line we must never cross, because once we do this, families are involved, emotions are involved, spirits are involved, and I believe in our ancestors. The ancestors are watching. Because, Mr. Speaker, yes, the ancestors are watching. This is a man, Mr. Speaker, in my culture, when somebody grows and lives long, he gets closer to the ancestors. It is believed that the elderly, when they speak, the ancestors listen, and they are closer. A man that lived to be 94 years old would do this with his memory. Why? For what? Because of political intolerance, or to get at each other? What do we achieve by doing this? So I would personally appeal that we take a look at this bill again. We all have conscience, and I know, looking at our faces, I know that we believe deep down in us that left to us, we will not push this, because, like I said, these are achievers. These are people who have served the state and the nation, and I don't think that we should do this. By doing this, we'll be showing the highest form of political intolerance, and that will also help to promote some of these things that repeat itself, so that when government come, they want to get back at each other, another government come, and Ghana will be the biggest losers. My brothers and sisters, these very young ones will be the biggest losers. Ghanaians will have to spend time today, and all this precious time with all the agenda I see on the other paper, we are spending time today dedicating and debating because we want to show political force. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I want to make this passionate appeal that this bill, all of us as members of parliament, the bill has been brought before us to consider. And I want you to set your hearts, set your souls, and set your conscience to see whether this is something we must do to Mother Ghana and the memories of these people. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, may I thank honorable members.
Minister, let me find out whether minority leaders, leadership of the minority want to contribute, then you will conclude. Yes.
We have two more contributors from our side. One and my good self.
Honorable member, before you came,
yes,
there was an agreement that 3-3, including leadership. So I have taken 2. That is why I'm offering the opportunity to.
Mr. Speaker, please, the chief whip told me that, but he spoke to his colleague on the other side, and I was under the impression that because of the discussion they had, you've been put on notice. That is why I was able.
Very well, I am not aware.
Very well, so that is fine. But I just.
So has there been a change in the arrangement?
He was speaking to your chief whip. That's the point I made. If it has not been communicated, that's it. Fair enough.
Mr. Speaker, nothing has changed.
Yes. Leadership, minority.
Mr. Speaker, the honorable member for Okere, who just resumed his seat, has made my day. The Honorable Reverend Intim Fojo, who also spoke before him, has made my day. They have spoken wisdom. They have drawn our attention as a nation to matters that are rather more relevant and are supposed to be prioritized. Mr. Speaker, perhaps for emphasis, let me, at the risk of being repetitive, re-echo Article 35(9), which was earlier quoted by the respected member for Okre. Quote, the states shall promote among the people of Ghana the culture of political tolerance. Mr. Speaker, I have said time without number that these 9 parliaments and this new administration must work together to end that vicious cycle of you do me, I do you. Mr. Speaker, I have said this in this chamber and I'm repeating it for the umpteenth time. Mr. Speaker, sometimes I feel so proud of myself. I feel proud because when NPP was in power and certain things were happening to some of our friends across, I was among the few who worked so hard day and night in ensuring that the temperature was cooled down. I'm proud. That is why today I can look into the eyes of some of my colleagues in government and remind them that only yesterday, colleagues, what we are doing to ourselves and the impression we are creating out there will not help the cause of democracy in this country. I agree, and I will not pretend every government carries with it its excesses. Akufo-Addo administration, Kufuor administration, Rawlings administration, Atamo's administration all had their good sides, but again also made some mistakes. The question is, at what point are we going to end this era of vengeance? Mr. Speaker, at what point are we going to end this thing called you did it to me, I am also doing it to you, to settle the scores? Then it would continue without an end. Mr. Speaker, it was December 2024 when we had the election. On the 7th of December, within hours after election, we knew who the winner was. All too soon, a year has passed. I know it is naturally to be expected that our friends opposite expect that, oh, in the next election, they would win. Even the next election after that, and they expect that they should be winning perpetually. It is natural. It is your party. You won't go into an election expecting to lose. But you know, we are dealing with a creature called democracy. The very people who vote for me today are the same very people who tomorrow say no because of disappointment in one way or the other. Sometimes your inability to pay for somebody's outdooring will lead to your exit from this chamber. Outdooring. Somebody has gone to give birth. The outdooring you couldn't contribute. Funeral, you couldn't contribute. Somebody's school fees you couldn't pay. So I won't vote for you. These are the things we experience. If as political leaders we cannot congregate around a table and agree on key national issues, and each day it is a partisan call, I'm afraid we will not get anywhere. So I am not ashamed being in opposition. I'm not. I'm rather proud that in times of your peril, I and some of my colleagues were there for you because we understood the basic practice of democracy. Mr. Speaker, let me make the point. I am saying this because a law has been enacted today. The whole essence of this bill, the time we are spending to argue here, is basically for the purposes of changing the name of a university. Mr. Speaker,
Minority Leader, you are still on the floor.
Mr. Speaker, all we are doing is we just change the name. Mr. Speaker, and we are changing the name to what? Mr. Speaker, we are changing the name to what? When the word patriotism, Mr. Speaker, when the word patriotism is used, it must be understood in its broader sense that at any level, if you serve your nation, you will be honored. Mr. Speaker, that at any stage in your life, something must inspire you to be of service to your nation. That we should do things that will inspire our citizenry to engage in public service. Mr. Speaker, and public service is at all levels, not only being a political leader. So, Mr. Speaker, we cannot continue to do this to ourselves because we make political promises. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution is clear, but I'm surprised that the justification is that changing the name is to promote national cohesion. Mr. Speaker, promoting national cohesion by changing the name of a university, which name is to inspire the young ones, which name is to honor the heroism of the character who has been honored. Mr. Speaker, I am yet to hear from our colleagues opposite regarding anything negative about the name, regarding anything about the person who was honored, whether or not he was involved in any crime, whether he had done anything. Mr. Speaker, with respect, we cannot continue to do this. Mr. Speaker, we cannot continue to do this. And I would want to make an appeal to the respected Minister of Education. I know at cabinet issues come up, but I also know, because I've been there before, that those who feel strongly about certain matters are able to wage persuasive arguments, and even long after cabinet they will still approach the president and still make a point that, Mr. President, this one, I think, in the interest of the nation, let us depart. Mr. Speaker, this is just a moral appeal I'm making to the respected Harun Idrisu. Mr. Speaker, it is just a moral appeal to him, because in the end, the thing is done, but the record will have it long after we've left this chamber that it was under his signature that this was done. Mr. Speaker, I do not think that this majoritarian imposing views that it is the majority's decision and nothing more would help. Mr. Speaker, I would want to conclude with a reminder. In the 8th Parliament, there came a time that I needed the assistance of our friends in the minority. We all know the numbers, 137, 137. Mr. Speaker, at a point that the discussions got to a certain level and we needed a breakthrough, I was reminded that when we had 169 our side in leadership was not ready to listen at all. I was reminded, and that
human beings don't forget. I was told that, leader, we wish we can do this, but we are referring you to the 7th Parliament. When you had 169, there were things that our side, referring to the NDC side, said that were ignored. Therefore, with the numbers apart, I should not expect extra support. And indeed, I didn't get what I wanted. Mr. Speaker, I am using this to remind my colleagues that, yes, it's 180, well, it is 87 today. Mr. Speaker, you are 189. But in 3 years, we all know there will be elections. You and I cannot predict how the numbers will look. But what I know,
Honorable
Mr.
Minority
Speaker,
Leader, don't forget the fact that we are at the second reading of a bill. And Order 127 is very clear that the basis of the debate is the explanatory memorandum and the report of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your continuous guidance. But I would plead with you to hear me in context. I am dealing with the memorandum accompanying the bill, as well as the report of the committee. The main argument here has to do with the change of name. In making an appeal to the other side to abandon this legislation, I need to give instances. So that submission was to corroborate. I was trying to make a point and to draw the attention that as we are here, there are decisions that they may want to take that they find it desirable, but those decisions may not be prudent. That is why I use my own example of when I was a leader, and it got to a point I was reminded of happenings that had taken place before my leadership in the 7th Parliament. And I'm using that, Mr. Speaker. Let me land with respect.
Honorable Minority Leader, is there anything in the memorandum as well as the report
Mr. Speaker,
talks
let me
about
finish.
minority?
Mr. Speaker, let me finish. I am reminding my colleagues that if today they decide not to listen to us, they may not be too sure, because Ghana's democracy is not coming to an end. This is what we have chosen for ourselves as a people. We have an election ahead and we don't know what the outcome may be. So let us act in a manner that tomorrow it would even become an equity for negotiation to build consensus tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, our friends should not just look at today, but they should look at tomorrow.
Honorable Minority Leader, conclude.
And I would plead with them that merely coming in to do this is not the best. Mr. Speaker, that said, I shall conclude by saying that the records should reflect that this report is a majority decision report, because our committee members indicated that this report is a majority report. It was rushed. That has not been captured. As soon as they brought it, they rushed it. The notice that was given, Mr. Speaker, just some 30-minute notice, but we don't want to litigate it. They say they are in majority, they have the numbers at the committee, but we don't want them to go further to say that this is a consensus report. No, it is not a report by consensus. It's the same thing for the Dombo, the CK Tedem.
Honorable Minority Leader, is it expressly stated in the report that it is a majority report?
Mr. Speaker, if I have read it, he said when the Honorable Member for Mr. Speaker Ahmed Ibrahim spoke, he said
it was a unanimous report. But what I want to say is that just for the avoidance of doubt, because that phrase does not come out. So we want, for the avoidance of doubt, to bring clarity.
So you can guide the House. What is the phrase in the report?
Mr. Speaker, the phrase you can read, the phrase does not state that it's majority report. So we want it to reflect as such that it is a majority decision. We made it clear to them, even the notice given for the meeting, and we just don't want to pursue it. You know, you gave notice in less than 30 minutes, you convened a meeting, but we don't want to go there. We just want to go by the principle that indeed this was you yourselves meeting, it's your majority decision. We can't question you. After all, we move here with majority decision, so it's okay, but let there be clarity that it is majority decision. That is all. You can proceed to do what you want to do. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by thanking our colleagues and to further assure them that university names are strategic academic assets that embody historical continuity, reputational capital, and international recognition. Abrupt or political motivated renaming risks eroding the institutional legacy, disrupting alumni networks, and weakening global visibility and diminishing public trust. Mr. Speaker, I heard the argument of the Honourable Member for Okre, Daniel Nana Adu Kenneth. Whilst I respect his reference to the Constitution, I want both me and him to learn, including the minority leader. And Mr. Speaker, let me use this opportunity to assure this august House that President John Dramani Mahama intends to reset Ghana and its governance and to use his majority of 189 for a purposeful strengthening of Ghana's administrative and constitutional structures by seeking, he who seeks equity must do equity. When you were renaming those universities, CK Tadem, SB Dombo, Abaye Fakabo, what happened to him? Jato Kalio, what happened to him? LR Abavana, what happened to him? You are not naming Kojo Bosio or K. Bedama or Kofi Baku. But I take a good value of your argument. Political tolerance. Were you tolerant at that hour? You were not. One-sided. So maybe today, I've learned a lesson from you that when you preach political tolerance, he who seeks equity must do equity. He who comes to equity must come with clean hands. Political tolerance at the time, you were one-sided. You didn't take the nation along. But I'm guided by your advice. Then, Mr. Speaker, to assure our colleagues again, when they say, I've given you names, Abaye Fakabo, Jato Kalio, Abavana, probably they share the same philosophical political thinking, but those were not the names you recognize. Believe me sincerely that President John Dramani Mahama received a number of petitions in protest against the naming. Then, to put it simply, there were names before you change it to those names. So let's not argue as if I'm coming just fresh. No, the universities had names. You change the names, we are rechanging to the original names. And Mr. Speaker, I should thank colleagues. Now to the minority leader. I cherish your argument, and I have always advocated. You remember even my comment when he said that in a democracy, compromise is essential. I'm a true advocate of it. You recall, even when we said Sensia Kenoforiata, I made persuasive gestures to you and your side that let's save the Ghanaian economy and save this country. We probably, if you reasoned with me at the time, you would have been guided to save this country. You said I was in the minority. Today, even President Akufo-Addo may probably disappointed if in nothing but he getting Ghana into a debt exchange. But at the time, we wanted to be nationalistic. We kept advising you that the way he was going, he was likely to crush you. You thought it was opposition talk. It's not all your comments that I take with a pinch of salt. Believe me, even yesterday I was reading about significant strides you have made in building libraries and naming them after people. I appreciate you for that. But on this, Mr. Speaker, we are renaming to keep, as I said, the cohesion of the country, the unity of the country. President Mahama will not use his majority in parliament to settle petty political scores. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. All members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'll urge that you don't put the question. Mr. Speaker, and I come under Article 104 of the 1992 Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, I read Article 104 of the Constitution. Except as otherwise provided in the Constitution, matters in Parliament.
You cannot urge upon me not to put the question.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I am drawing your
All
attention.
Those in favor
Mr.
of the
Speaker,
motion say aye.
To the absence.
Those against say no.
Mr. Speaker,
the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted.
An act to amend the CK Tedan University of Technology and Applied Sciences at 2019 at 1000 to change the name of the university to the University of Technology and Applied Sciences and to provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the CK Tedan University of Technology and Applied Science Amendment Bill 2025 is duly read a second time. Yes, Honourable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, I come under Order 1513. Mr. Speaker, and with your permission, I read Standing Order 1513. Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 1513 states that a member may challenge the decision of the Speaker on the voice vote, and the Speaker shall determine whether to call for a head count or electronic vote. Mr. Speaker, I was on my feet to draw your attention to the Constitution in Article 104 that we do not have a decision-making quorum, which is 138, because the Constitution in Article 104 says that decisions in Parliament shall be taken by at least half of members of Parliament present. Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court have taken a decision on this in Justice Abdullahi versus the Republic. And Mr. Speaker, that's why I'm challenging this decision. For that, we don't have the requisite number to be able to pass all these important motions. So, Mr. Speaker,
you read the rules clearly that the Speaker shall determine whether there should be a division.
No, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it says that the Speaker, you have two choices, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker shall determine whether to call for head count or electronic vote. Either head count or electronic vote. That is the options you have, Mr. Speaker.
Habib, kindly resume your seat. Yes, Majority Leader, any indication?
Mr. Speaker, I know my friend, the Deputy Minority Whip, knows very well that we have a quorum. The quorum is not only the people on this side. The quorum is everybody in this chamber. Unless you walk your members out, if you do a head count now, you will find out that we have a quorum. We have a quorum. And I just want to indicate that I know this is a politically charged matter. This is a politically charged matter. And I know the implications for the MPP political tradition for these changes that are taking place now. And I can understand and appreciate your opposition to these changes that we are making now. But quorum, as you will know, is presumed. And when you raise the issue, you challenge the voice vote, the Speaker knows what to do. The Speaker knows what to do. So let's allow the Speaker to go through the processes And I think that is what Speaker wanted to draw your attention to. The Speaker will give an indication what he wants to do. If you have further issues that you want to raise, you can raise those issues. But I can assure you that you may resist as you can, but the names will be changed today. The names will be changed today. No matter what it will take to change the names, we will do it and we will change the names today. So you put up an appearance of resistance, and we will appreciate that. But the names will be changed today. In fact, the decision to change the names took place long ago. There has just been a delay in getting the bills to come here. And once the bills are here, and I'm 100% sure I have the numbers, they just stepped out because it is Friday prayers, some haven't returned, and then also others have just stepped out to have lunch. If you want the numbers, I will take a short suspension and I'll make sure that this chamber is full, and we'll take these bills and change the names today. So you better allow us to go through the process, change the names, and then we can adjourn early and everybody will have enough time to travel to their constituencies, or you can drag it and we'll still change the names and we will change it today. Mr. Speaker, those are my indications.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am not abandoning my drawing your attention to the absence of decision-making quorum. Mr. Speaker, as much as Majority Leader might think that he has the numbers in this sense is when they are present at the time of taking the decision. Mr. Speaker, the time we were taking the decision, we were 85 in the chamber. Mr. Speaker, we need 138. Mr. Speaker, we need 138 members to take that decision. And Mr. Speaker, I still invite you to do the right thing. Mr. Speaker, if you so establish that we are 138 in this chamber, I will rest my case. But Mr. Speaker, as we still sit, you can just glance, including us. We are not up to 138. So, Mr. Speaker, the motion to change, and I'm very surprised the Majority Leader is saying that the decision is already made to change it. Majority Leader as a Northerner, Education Minister as a Northerner, President as a Northerner, you want to scrap your own brother's name, SD Dombo. SD Dombo, you want to scrap his name. Mr. Speaker, we will not stand to this.
Let me offer a free advice to you. When you want to raise the issue properly. So I would urge you to approach the Minority Leader. He will tell you what exactly you should place on record. Yes, Majority Leader. Honorable Habib, I called on the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Leader.
In his response, he indicated that the name that is being changed, C.K. Tedam, is a northern name. And I and the Minister for Education, who are Northerners, and the President John Dramani Mahama, who are Northerners, are trying to remove the name of a Northerner and reverse it to what it was. Mr. Speaker, the person who sent the university there is not a Northerner. The person who sent the university there, President Jerry John Rawlings, sacrificed his personal money, an award that was given to him, a global award. Many of us would have used that money to buy a Maybach, a Mercedes Maybach, and drive a Maybach around for our own comfort. President Jerry John Rawlings did not buy a Maybach. He did not buy a Maybach. He chose to use the money to invest in the establishment of a university for the people of the North. And he chose to call it
University for Development Studies. Why would someone who has sacrificed his personal money establish a university? And when even the university wanted to change the name so that it would be called Jerry John Rawlings University, he said no. He wanted the university to remain the name that he gave it, University for Northern Studies, UDS, for Development Studies. Mr. Speaker, why did he name it Development Studies? Because he appreciated that first and foremost, what the North needed was development. So he was creating a university focusing on the study of how to develop. And he recommended a model of university program that will engender development. So the program was an integrated studies program where the students lived in the community and studied in the community and were instructed by their lecturers in the community. A unique model of development studies. After he succeeded in doing that, then you come. You haven't built a university. You have not built a university for the northern people. Then you wake up one early morning and then you decide that you are going to change it. I'm told it was midnight. One midnight. Nicodemously, when we were all asleep, you gave instructions that the name should be changed to somebody that we all know the person's political traditional allegiance. Mr. Speaker, they wanted a name from the Upper East. Mr. Speaker, I was there. My name could have been used. As a northern leader, my name could have also been used. Avoka is there. His name could have been used. Mr. Speaker, of all the northern leaders that were there, why didn't you pick one of us? Why did it have to be that person? Mr. Speaker, the Yana is there. The great king of Mamprugo is there. The Bokunaba is there. The Navropio is there. These great leaders of the north were all there. Why he? Why he? Mr. Speaker, one of the greatest leaders of the north, Al-Haji Mahama Idrisu, he was there. Why was it not Dr. Sule Garba? And why not Professor Nabila of blessed memory? Mr. Speaker, you cannot incite the north against me. Because if you go and conduct polls in the north, all the people will tell them reverse the name to what it was. Because you did not consult the northern people when you were changing the name. You did not consult them. So, Mr. Speaker, I take objection to his attempt to incite the people of the north against me. Mr. Speaker, go and build your own university and you can name it whatever you want and none of us will challenge it. Mr. Speaker, I know as I speak, you are attempting to deplete the chamber of your members. It will not change anything. We will invite the members in and we will change the name today as I have indicated. Mr. Speaker, I think you know what to do. You can, if he's challenging the voice, you can put the voice vote again and then take a decision.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I still stand by. Mr. Speaker, I still stand by drawing your attention to the absence of a decision-making quorum. I still stand by it. And Mr. Speaker, I haven't taken into consideration what is happening. We are still not even 138. Mr. Speaker, I still stand by it and apply the rule on a head count to establish the number of whether we are 138 or not.
Honorable Minority Leader,
I still draw
Honorable Deputy Whip, we have passed that particular stage and I think we should be looking at the motion numbered 34.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Akintina P. Menka University of Skills Training and Entrepreneurial Development Amendment Bill 2025 be now read a second time.
Honorable members, motion move. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, motion move and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
An act to amend the Akintin Apia Menka University of Skills Training and Entrepreneurial Development Act 2020 at 1026 to change the name of the university to the University of Skills Training and Entrepreneurial Development and to provide for related matters.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there was an application challenging the voice vote. Mr. Speaker, with respect, he made two applications. One was on the absence of a decision-making quorum. He went ahead, and the Hansard has it, that even the voice vote, he was challenging it, and he quoted the standing orders. So it cannot be that you say that we have moved past the stage of we not having a decision-making quorum. The applicant still went ahead to pray, Mr. Speaker, in terms of questioning the voice vote. So, Mr. Speaker, with respect, we are all here to cooperate and give respect to one another. The application he made is valid. He quoted the standing orders. Please, he's challenging the voice vote. It cannot be that it's too late in the day. He was timeous. He rose up on his feet as soon as you announced.
Honorable Minority
please,
Leader,
Mr. Speaker,
with all due respect, I was clear in my mind. That was the reason for which I asked the Deputy Whip to get in touch with you as to how to raise the quorum. Honourable members, if you are raising a quorum regarding a decision making, it's different from you calling for a division. You cannot put the two together. It is on that basis that I indicated and placed on record, the record will bear me out, that Deputy Minority Whip, you should approach the Minority Leader as to how to raise the quorum. So I wasn't clear whether you are calling for a division or you are drawing my attention to a decision-making quorum. So if you are indicating that a quorum has been raised, Minority Leader, I think the record will bear us all. Why would I be asking him to see you as to how to raise the quorum for my consideration in the circumstances? Didn't I say so? What circumstances? So, honourable members, let's get things right and do things right. If you want to invoke the standing order, invoke the standing order properly. If you want to invoke the Constitution, invoke the Constitution. So that is why I'm saying that the quorum having not been properly raised and have moved on, I will wear a reverse gear. So if you have something else to say, you can say so.
Mr. Speaker, I'm coming. Mr. Speaker, Parliament is a house of record. Mr. Speaker, and I want to take you through what I did. Mr. Speaker, when you were about to put the question, I was on my feet and I quoted Article 104 of the 1992 Constitution. to tell you the absence of decision-making quorum. Mr. Speaker, you went ahead and put the question. And after putting the question, I now quoted our standing order 1513 to challenge your decision on the voice votes. And Mr. Speaker, the right thing to do under order 1513, you have two options. Either to call for electronic votes or a head count. Mr. Speaker, therefore, I'm repeating my application that I am challenging your decision on the voice vote on order 1513 and calling for a head count, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it is important for members to understand the relationship between our Constitution and the standing orders. Mr. Speaker, you cannot go straight and raise an objection to anything on the basis of the Constitution. You will have to start from the standing orders, because it is the standing orders that govern the processes in this House. And where there is a constitutional provision, the standing orders then incorporate that constitutional provision into the standing orders. What is the procedure? Mr. Speaker, the procedure is simple. There is a presumption of quorum at all times, unless raised. There is a presumption of quorum at all times, unless raised. 3 people can be in this chamber and they will take a decision and it will be binding unless there's evidence that there was no quorum to start business. At the beginning of the business of the day, when we go and take the votes and proceedings, what does it record as those who attended Parliament that day? That is what is used to determine whether that day there was a quorum. But during the sitting, people may step out of the chamber. So you can raise a question of quorum at any moment. Even quorum to sit as a house and quorum to take a decision. You have not raised an issue of quorum. There was a vote. In fact, when we were deliberating the matter, you knew that at the end of the deliberation, we were going to put the question and vote on it. So if at the time that we were deliberating, you perceived that there was no quorum, you should have raised the quorum at that time. Then the Speaker will be conscious that there is a question of quorum, and therefore he should not even put a question unless he determines that there is a quorum. You did not raise any question of quorum. Now, when you got to putting the question, the Speaker put the question, and then there was a voice vote. At that point, you could not get up and raise a question of quorum. What you ought to do was to challenge the voice vote. When you challenge the voice vote, then you call for a head count. When you call for a head count, the head count will now reveal the absence of a decision-making quorum. But you didn't do all that. You didn't do all that. You didn't do all that. Now, Speaker has put the question. We have voted, and you are raising a constitutional issue about decision-making quorum. And the Speaker is seeking to direct you and show you that that is not how you ought to have come. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this matter, we are finished with it. If he wants to raise a question of quorum, let him raise a question of quorum. Mr. Speaker, let him raise a question of quorum. When he raises a question of quorum, then we can ring the bell, wait for 10 minutes, and then determine whether we have a quorum or not. If after 10 minutes, we ring the bell and count, Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, it's obvious that we have a quorum.
Honourable Majority Leader. Honourable Majority Leader. Order. Honourable members. Honourable
The quorum
members.
has always been there.
Honourable members. Order. Honourable Minority Leader. The truth be told, when the Deputy Whip got on his feet, what he was asking me to do, honourable members, will be very unconstitutional. You are calling on me to interpret Article 104 of the Constitution, which is an exclusive preserve of the Supreme Court. So what you should have done is to raise quorum, and Order 64 will guide all of us. That is what we would have done. I would have ordered the bell to be ring, the bell to be rung,
Mr. Speaker,
and then we'll proceed from there.
Mr. Speaker, I think we have to make progress. Mr. Speaker, equity has always looked at substance. Equity has always looked at substance. Where the form conflict with substance, form gives way to substance. Mr. Speaker, the application for the avoidance of doubt is anchored on Order 151. Mr. Speaker, I know that the majority leader decided to engage in a long lecture of filibustering to get his whips, who are busy all over, to call members in. We know what he was doing. Mr. Speaker, we know what he was doing. Repeating himself. He has now taken upon himself the role of the chief filibuster of the Parliament of Ghana. So he was just filibustering to get the whips, to get their people in. Now you can see what Doyo is doing. He's marking absenteeism with her camera. She takes pictures of those who don't come for punitive action. What is forgotten is that instead of taking pictures and seeking to punish them, motivate them and let them come in. Some of them don't have committees. Some of them don't have money to go to their constituency. You cannot use the camera to intimidate your people to come in. They won't come. You can't threaten them. Somebody is chopping big. Somebody is hungry. They are hungry. Your members are hungry. You want them to come. The picture will not work. What you are doing will not work. They won't come. Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Whip, we are seeing. Now he is taking picture for punishment. They won't come. Cameras will capture Honorable Doyo trying to take pictures of backbenchers who are not here, so you punish them. You cannot punish them. Give them jobs. Motivate them. They can't go to their constituency. That's what you should do. Some people are enjoying, others are not enjoying. You expect them to come. They won't come. They will not come. You can't threaten them. Mr. Speaker, the application is for a head count, or we go into division. That is what the rule says. We know that the majority leader, when it pleases him, he will filibuster. Yesterday, when he was supposed to debate on appropriation, he says he won't debate. He will leave everything. He will leave everything to the
which of the motion?
And he left. So, Mr. Speaker.
Head count on which of the motions?
Mr. Speaker.
Head count on which motion?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, on the 151, he has made the application already.
Which motion?
Mr. Speaker, relax.
We have taken motion number 34.
Mr. Speaker, on the CK
we are proceeding to consideration stage.
No. Mr. Speaker, no. With respect, Mr. Speaker.
The procedural motion.
Mr. Speaker, let's solve it. No. The decision to take that second reading, the decision on the second reading is what was challenged. Mr. Speaker, let's end it peacefully. I'm pleading with you. The decision, he wants to come and filibuster again, because he knows the numbers are not up to. Mr. Speaker, we have challenged the decision on
the consideration for the second reading. Mr. Speaker, that is what we are challenging. That they did not have the relevant, the voice vote did not carry the day. We are saying that the voice vote did not carry the day. Therefore, let's go into head count so that there will be clarity. Mr. Speaker, the more you delay, Mr. Speaker, the more you delay, the more you seek to undermine our application. Mr. Speaker, as we delay, they come in and all of them will participate in the head count. Because when we were taking the earlier voice vote, about 50 of them were not here. Mr. Speaker, I know those who are here. Now, if you eventually order for the head count, they will not participate. All because the second deputy whip has now used her camera to take pictures. We don't know where she's taking the picture to. Honorable Doyo, the solution is to give them appointment. They are hungry.
Honorable Doyo, your name has been mentioned. Let me hear you.
They won't come.
Honorable Doyo,
your backbench, they are hungry.
Honorable,
go and take care of them. Some people
let me hear
have
you.
support. Others don't have a board at all. You want them to come, they will come.
Honorable Doyo, let me hear you.
Mr. Speaker, let's take a head count.
Yes. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I am surprised that yesterday I decided to spare my younger brother and minority leader the agony of debating him. And instead of thanking me for not debating him yesterday, today he's raising it. Today he's raising it as if I was afraid of him yesterday. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I said I will not debate him because he said that he didn't do mathematics. He said he didn't do mathematics. Mr. Speaker, mathematics is the foundation of logical reasoning. Mathematics is the foundation of logical reasoning. It is logical reasoning that dictates that when you add 1 to 1, you get 2. Mr. Speaker, for this meeting of Parliament, I have listened to my friends on the other side. And anytime they add 1 to 1, they get 3. You don't get the logic of the argument. And it was yesterday when he confessed that he didn't do mathematics that I appreciated why I have not been getting the logic of their arguments. So, Mr. Speaker, I wasn't running away from debating you. I just realized that I should stop debating you. When you go back to secondary school and do mathematics and come, then we can debate. We can debate. Mr. Speaker, we have sufficient numbers to proceed with the business today, and I think that we should proceed because these changes in the names must take place. They must take place. They must take place. I know that we must be seen fighting it, but don't fight what you cannot fight successfully.
Well, honorable members, I always indicate that if your farm is not long, your water container need not be very big. Honorable Habib, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the point might be made, and I'm happy that, Mr. Speaker, I always tell you that I respect you so much when it comes to the law. But sometimes when we allow majority leader to mix up, even though he's also a very a good lawyer in standing, but sometimes he tries to mix up to get his numbers in. Mr. Speaker, the point must be made, and it must be clear, that in the Constitution, there is clear difference between Article 102 and 104 when it comes to Parliament. It's only 102 that is related to Standing Order 64. And for that matter, Mr. Speaker, I think that my application hasn't been fairly treated. You have unnecessarily delayed for majority leader to bring in numbers into the chamber. And Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I think that you have not been fair to me. I think that you have unnecessarily delayed for majority leader to bring his numbers in there. Mr. Speaker, I still think that for Hansard, for purposes of Hansard, do the count. If we have 138, then we can move on. But my application still stands under order 1513. Mr. Speaker, I raised the issue in the Constitution in Article 104. Mr. Speaker, and I read it. Mr. Speaker, stay on the 151. Mr. Speaker, my application is properly made. Mr. Speaker, and I still advise you to look into my application. If we are 138, then we can be able to move on. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Habib, you are still talking about Article 104. By what means do I determine that we have a decision-making quorum or we don't have a decision-making quorum? It's by checking the numbers. And what is the procedure for us to check the numbers? That is why Article 104 cannot be in isolation. We need to follow the procedure. They ring the bell. I will call on the clerk at table to count the numbers for me. And if at the end of the counting, the numbers are not up to the Article 104 requirement, then we can take decision. So without following the procedure, I cannot just come and say that by Article 104 we do not have the numbers to take decision. Then I'm delving into an arena of the Supreme Court. And I'm telling you that the Supreme Court has exclusive jurisdiction within the Constitution to interpret the Constitution.
Mr. Speaker, I'm guided, but I'm just surprised that it is the Honorable Ahiafo that I know in the 8th Parliament who was seated right here. And he was the Constitution was your friend, not the standing orders. But Mr. Speaker, be as it may, I want to still draw your attention in order 1513. Because, Mr. Speaker, because already you have put the question. And 1513 says that a member may challenge the decision of the Speaker on the voice vote. And the Speaker shall determine whether to call for head count or electronic votes. So, Mr. Speaker, that's my application.
Yes, that is where the initial confusion was. Because on one breath, you are calling Article 104, and on another breath, you are challenging the vote. So, honorable members, my decision on the voice vote has been challenged. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the rules don't say that when it is challenged, you must necessarily proceed to head count. The rules say a member may challenge the decision of the Speaker on the voice vote, and the Speaker shall determine whether to call for head count or electronic vote. Shall determine. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Majority Leader.
No.
Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Majority Leader, what I want to do is that I will pull the question again.
That's the point I was going to make. That the Speaker shall make a determination.
So,
and the
honorable
determination
members,
may extend to putting the question again.
Honorable members.
And engaging the voice vote and now taking a decision.
Honorable members, I will put the question again in view of the intervening circumstances. As many as are in favor of the motion number 33 at page 16 of today's order paper, say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, it is obvious that the ayes have it. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, arise in terms of Order 151 of our rules. Mr. Speaker, in spite of your decision by use of the phrase, it is obvious that the ayes have it, arise to challenge that decision. And by challenging the decision, I draw your attention to sub-rule 3 of Rule 151. Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, sub-rule 3 provides a member may challenge the decision of the Speaker on the voice vote, which you just did. And the Speaker shall determine whether to call for head count or electronic vote. So, Mr. Speaker, the mandatory provision is that when this is challenged, you have two options: to either call for a head count, or we go for electronic vote. So, Mr. Speaker, that is the application before you. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, having regard to the challenge of my decision on the voice vote, I will proceed to call on all those who oppose the motion to stand on their feet to be counted. Honorable members, let me read the relevant standing order. Honorable members, let me read the relevant standing order. Procedure for head count. Procedure for head count. The Speaker shall take the votes of the House in the case of a head count by calling upon members who support or oppose the question to rise in their place successively. So, clerk, we want you to count those who oppose the motion.
Mr. Speaker, suffice to state that once you have chosen to count the notes first, you are using that to give the yes people the opportunity to continue to whip their members in. That is exactly what you're doing. But Mr. Speaker, we all know that when Honorable Habib made his application, they were just 81. The majority leader used the opportunity to filibuster, to take pictures, and to whip people in. Mr. Speaker, that notwithstanding, we will keep by our principle and stand. Even if we are two, we want Hansa to capture us.
Honorable members, all those in support of the votes, may you rise to be counted. Honorable members, you may now resume your seats. Honorable members, after the head count, honorable members, after the head count, those who oppose the motion, 25. Those who support the motion and voted in favor, they numbered 154. Honorable members, by the decision of the Supreme Court, honorable members, order. Honorable members, by the decision of the Supreme Court and by our standing order 152.5, if the person presiding is a deputy speaker, he has a vote to cast. That vote is in the support of the aye. The total is now 155. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, arise under Standing Order 1526. Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 1526, and with your permission, I read. Mr. Speaker, where a member rises to challenge the results of the head count, the Speaker shall call for division. Mr. Speaker, the number as reported to you by the clerk, our side, we were not 25, Mr. Speaker. And also, Mr. Speaker, if you subject this to division, I am very convinced that all the MPs on this side from the Upper West, Upper East, Northern Region, Savannah will vote. So, Mr. Speaker, I invite you to stand on Order 1526, which says that where a member rises to challenge the results of the head count, the Speaker shall call for a division. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Majority Leader, let me hear you. Majority Leader.
I'm sure he's aware of Order 154. Mr. Speaker, Order 154, division unnecessarily claimed. Mr. Speaker, division unnecessarily claimed. Oh, I'll continue. Don't worry. All right, I'll continue. It says, Order 154, despite Order 153. What does it say despite Order 153? Why does it say despite Order 153? Because Order 153 says that 6, where a member rises to challenge the results of the head count, the Speaker shall call for a division. So it will appear that it is mandatory for the Speaker to call for a division. It will appear. But if you go to Order 154, it says that despite Order 153, which appears to make it mandatory for the Speaker to call for a division, the Speaker may, if in the opinion of the Speaker, a division has been unnecessarily claimed,
if it is in the opinion of the Speaker, a division has been unnecessarily claimed, take the vote of the House by calling upon the members who support or who oppose the decision of the Speaker to rise and be counted. No. This is a second process. This is a second process. Please, you cannot mislead me. Upon which the Speaker shall declare the decision of the House or direct that a division be held. So what Order 154 is saying, that where the Speaker is of the opinion that the division is unnecessarily claimed, such as where the side that is opposed to the decision, which side is constituted by 87 members, when they are counted, and they are only 25, and then they still unnecessarily claim a division, the Speaker may come to a conclusion that this is an unnecessarily claiming of division, in which case, instead of calling for a division, the Speaker can call for another count. The Speaker can call for another count, and when there is another count, then the Speaker can then make a declaration that his decision is right, or he will now call for division. So there is no automatic right to call for a division. No
Honorable
automatic
Majority
right.
Leader, you are right. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think we must all pay attention to the rules. Mr. Speaker, the Majority Leader, in opposing the application under Order 1526, relies on Order 154. The Order 154 is titled Division Unnecessarily Claimed. Now, the phrase starts with this: despite Order 153, the Speaker may, if in the opinion of the Speaker, a division has been unnecessarily claimed, take the vote of the House. Then it continues. Mr. Speaker, 154 anchors its strength on 153. 153, the title is Procedure on Division. Mr. Speaker, that is the second stage. We have not gone through any division yet. So for anybody to say the Majority Leader is right, I beg to submit that that is not the case. It would have been right if we had gone through division and Honorable Habib is asking for division again. That is where the rule
Honorable
I need
members.
to finish. Honorable Majority Leader finished his submission. Nobody interrupted him. I need to finish.
If you had listened to what
It's
I
not
want
you.
to say,
It is them. It's not you. It's them.
if you had listened to what I want to say,
Mr. Speaker, it's them. They
I
are
just
shouting.
want to admonish members that we should listen to each other in silence. Please.
Mr. Speaker, the 154 draws its oxygen from 153. We are not at 153. Honorable Abib's first argument was on 151. No, his first application was on 151. He has now moved to the second stage, which is 152. Now, after 152, you go into division. The division is in 153. Now, the 154 deals with a situation where a division is being claimed unnecessarily. That is why it refers to 153. The entire 153 deals with the procedure on division. And if you go to 153, it talks about the Speaker shall direct that the lobbies be cleared in the case of a division, and the division bell shall be rung for 1 minute. 2,
the Speaker shall invite the leadership of the majority and minority or independent caucus to appoint 2 tellers to each to observe the division process after the lapse of 5 minutes. 3. The Speaker shall announce the names of division clerks and the tellers. 4. The names of members voting in a division in the House shall be recorded by the division clerks before members proceed through ayes, noes, and abstention lobbies. 5. Members shall be counted by the tellers as they proceed through the ayes, noes, and abstention lobbies. 6. The division clerks shall submit the figures to the clerk, who shall write them on the appropriate form at the conclusion of voting. 7. If the tellers disagree, the clerk shall inform the Speaker of the disagreement, who shall then direct that another division be held. 8. The clerk shall hand over the figures to the Speaker, who shall state the number of members voting for the yes, noes, or abstentions. Then they declare the result of the division. Now, where a member is incapacitated by some physical infirmity from passing through the lobbies, the member shall report the incapacity to the Speaker through the clerk, and upon verification be counted and recorded. 10. If a member states that he voted in error or that his vote was counted wrongly, the member may request that the vote be corrected or counted before the Speaker declares the result. Where the numbers in a division are equal, the motion shall be considered lost. Where a deputy speaker is presiding, the deputy speaker shall indicate a personal vote through the clerk at the table, which shall be counted and recorded accordingly. So, Mr. Speaker, the stage we are in, per his application, requires all the procedures under 153 to be followed. Now, the 154 that he relies on to object to his application is when the member, after the division, is still insisting that he's challenging the vote. It is at that point that, Mr. Speaker, the rules require you to exercise a certain discretion as to whether to call for another head count or proceed to do a division. So, Mr. Speaker, it is wrong to suggest that at this stage we can rely on other 154. We cannot, because we have not gone into division at all for any argument to be made that where division is unnecessarily claimed. I so submit.
Honorable members, when it comes to the interpretation of the standing orders, the rules are clear that it is the Speaker that interprets the standing orders. I do not base my interpretation on any parallel evidence but the rules. Honorable members, let's look at the text. Honorable members, the standing order is very clear. First, on voting by members, that is standing order 151. Now, when the vote, the results is being challenged, then order 152 kicks in, and the order 152 is consequent upon challenging the voice vote, and order 152 set out the procedure, what we should do when the vote is challenged. Now, when you go through the procedure and the results are declared, and the results of the head count is being challenged, it is then that you will come to a division. And the procedure spelled out for the division is in Standing Order 153. Now, Standing Order 154 is stating that despite Standing Order 153, that is, despite the procedure for a division, the Speaker may, if in the opinion of the Speaker, a division has been unnecessarily claimed, take the vote of the House by calling upon the members who support or who oppose the decision of the Speaker to rise and be counted, upon which the Speaker shall declare the decision of the House or direct that a division be held. Honourable members, by no stretch of interpretation can we say that it is after going through the division exercise that the Speaker will determine that the division is unnecessarily being claimed. That interpretation would amount to an absurdity. Honourable members, in my opinion, the division is therefore unnecessarily being claimed. On this note, I will call on those who oppose the motion to stand on their feet to be counted. Honourable members, on this note, I take it that everybody is in favor of the motion. Since I have not seen anybody on his feet to be counted.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, with respect. Since,
members,
Mr. Speaker, since you
is
are
my ruling.
Mr. Speaker, since you are proceeding on the rules, the fact that you asked for the nay vote and no one stood up does not mean that the yes votes, you will not call on them to also stand. If you decide to be one-sided, Mr. Speaker, you will be procedurally wrong.
Look at the rules before you jump into a conclusion that I am procedurally wrong. The phrase is that the Speaker, by calling upon those members who support all. So this is disjunctive, it is not conjunctive.
Mr. Speaker, with respect. Mr. Speaker, with respect. Mr. Speaker, with respect, this strange interpretation of a so-called disjunctive phrase that you are introducing into this chamber may come back one day to haunt each one of us. Mr. Speaker, we have three forms of voting. One, abstention, a nay vote, and a yes vote. Mr. Speaker, if this side decide to abstain, it does not mean that those who support, you will not call upon them to be counted.
Honorable,
if you tell me that you
leader,
either do one of the two,
Honorable Minority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, that's
you
your
are
ruling.
entitled to your view.
Mr. Speaker,
but in this particular case,
Mr. Speaker,
when you are looking at Standing Order 154, what you are saying is totally and completely untenable. Honorable members, can we make progress? Please, Minister for Education, you may now move motion numbered 34. Motion number 34. You may move it again.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion 34 as it appears in page 16 of today's order paper, be so moved. Thank you.
Honourable members, motion move. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, this is a procedural motion, moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, I will put a question. As many as are in favour of the motion, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now, CK Tadam University of Technology and Applied Science Amendment Bill 2025 at consideration stage. Honourable members, clause 1.
Act 1000 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed. Paragraph A, line 2, after sciences, insert Navrungo. I so move.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, in the absence of any further amendment, I will put a question. All those in favour of the chairman's amendment say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes? Aye, aye.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
amendment proposed.
Hold it. Let me hear
Mr.
minority
Speaker,
leader. Let me hear minority leader. Yes, minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, the chairman sought to do an amendment, but he's supposed to tell us what the new rendition would be, because that's a procedure that whatever you are amending, you give us the new rendition. Mr. Speaker, let him give us the new rendition so that it becomes clearer for us to follow. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Honourable members, the amendment is to insert after sciences, Navrungo. The new rendition will be by the substitution for the short title, University of Technology and Applied Science, Navrungo Act 2019, Act 100. You may move amendment number 2.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I want to appeal that, Mr. Speaker, the amendment is consequential throughout. So if you can, if you can just instruct the draft to do so.
Very well. Honourable members, the amendment in the order paper addendum 2 is consequential. The amendment number 1, number 2, number 3, 4, 5, all the amendments are consequential. So, honourable members, if I may put the question and direct the drafters to consequentially amend. It is all inserting Navrungo after sciences in the various provisions. So I'll put a question on all of them. All those in favor of the various amendments proposed to clause 1, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. I will then put the question on the entire clause 1. As many as are in favor of clause 1 as variously amended, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Consequential amendment.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed. Line 3, after sciences, insert Navrungo. Thank you.
Honourable members, this is also consequential, but it refers to clause 2. I will then put the question. As many as are in favor of the amendment proposed by the chairman of the committee, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2, the proposed amendment to clause 2 is ordered to stand part of the bill. I will then put the question on the entire clause 2. All those in favor of the clause 2 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, clause 2 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, long title.
An act to amend the CK Tadam University of Technology and Applied Sciences Act 2019, Act 1000, to change the name of the university to the University of Technology and Applied Sciences and to provide for related matters.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed. Line 3, after sciences, insert Navrungo. Thank you.
Honourable members, this is also a consequential amendment. I will put a question. As many as are in favor of the long title as amended, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, this brings us to the end of consideration stage of CK Tadam University of Technology and Applied Science Amendment Bill 2025. Honourable Minister for Education, you may move motion number 36.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion number 36, page 16 of today's order paper. I so move.
Honourable members, motion move. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Motion move and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. This is a procedural motion. As many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
An act to amend the CK Tadam University of Science.
Now that we are coming to motion number 37. Motion number 37.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the CK Tadam University of Technology and Applied Sciences Amendment Bill 2025 be now read the third time. I so move.
Motion move. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, motion move and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
An act to amend the CK Tadam University of Technology and Applied Sciences Act 2019, Act 1000, to change the name of the university to the University of Technology and Applied Sciences, Navrungo, and to provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the CK Tadam University of Technology and Applied Science Amendment Bill 2025 is duly read the third time and duly passed. Yes, honorable members, let's go to page 1 of the order paper addendum 2. Simon Diedon University of Business and Integrated Development Studies Amendment Bill 2025 at consideration stage. Clause 1. Chairman of the committee. Chairman of the committee, I realize that the amendment proposed to clause 1 is also consequential. So, honourable members, may the chairman move all the amendment, consequential amendment, and then we'll put a question.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed, paragraph A, line 2, after studies, insert wa, and I plead that once it runs through all the amendments in clause 1, all be taken at a go. Thank you, sir.
Honorable members, I'll put a question. Those in favor of the amendment proposed by the chairman of the committee say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honorable members, being it a consequential amendment, I would direct the draft persons to do it as I put a question on clause 1 as variously amended. Honorable members, all those in favor of clause 1 as variously amended, standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 1 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Consequential amendment.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed, line 3, after studies, insert wa, as so move.
Honorable members, this is also consequential in a way. I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Long title.
An act to amend the Simon Diedon Dombo University of Business and Integrated Development Studies Act 2019 at 1001 to change the name of the university to the University of Business and Integrated Development Studies and to provide for related matters.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, long title amendment proposed, line 3, after studies, insert wa.
Honourable members, this is also consequential. I'll put a question on the long title. All those who are in favor of the long title as amended, standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The long title is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, that brings us to the end of the consideration stage of Simon Diedon Dombo University of Business and Integrated Development Studies Amendment Bill 2025. Honorable Minister for Education, you may now move motion number 30.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion 30 as it appears on page 15 of today's order paper. I so move. Thank you.
Motion move. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
All members, motion move and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Now, Minister, you may move the motion number 31.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Simon Diadon Dombo University of Business and Integrated Development Studies Amendment Bill 2025 be now read the third time. I so move.
Motion move. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
All members, motion move and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. All members, I'll put a question. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried.
An act to amend the Simon Diadon Dombo University of Business and Integrated Development Studies Act 2019 at 1001 to change the name of the university to the University of Business and Integrated Development Studies, WA, and to provide for related matters.
All members, the Simon Dombo University of Business and Integrated Development Studies Amendment Bill 2025 is duly read for the third time and duly passed. Yes. We move to the third one. Motion numbered 38. Minister for Education. Minister, you may move the motion numbered 38. Honourable members whose microphone is on.
This one is working. This one is working.
Yes, Minister, you may move the motion now.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion 38 as it appears on page 17 of today's order paper may be moved today. Thank you.
All members, motion move. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
All members, motion move and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, this is a procedural motion. I will therefore put a question. As many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Motion number 39.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Akindin Apia Menka University of Skills Training and Entrepreneurial Development Amendment Bill 2025 be now read a second time. I so move.
Honourable members, motion move. I'll call on the chairman of the committee to present the committee's report.
Mr. Speaker, in presenting the report of the Committee on Education on the Akindin Apia Menka University of Skills Training and Entrepreneurial Amendment Bill 2025, I beg that the Hansard captures the whole report as having been read, as I read the conclusion. The committee therefore recommends that the House adopt this report and pass the Akindin Apia Menka University of Skills Training and Entrepreneurial Development Amendment Bill 2025 into law. I so present, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
All members, report presented. It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Yusuf.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the Committees of Education report of changing the name of the Akintina Piamenka University Skill Training and Entrepreneurship Development to University of Skill Training and Entrepreneur Development. Mr. Speaker, this university was established by the MPP government in 2020, and the name Akintin Apia Menka was given to the university for a purpose, because the said name is an entrepreneur, a prominent entrepreneur in Ashanti region and in Ghana. And in Ghana, the name resonates with all businessmen and women in this country. And the purpose for giving that name to that university, especially to train the young men and women in business training, skills, and entrepreneurship, was to inspire them so that they can look up to him and develop enterprises and industries. For a government that has come into this government to reset, the expectation was that they will establish new university, not to change the name. Be as it may, Mr. Speaker, we have no option than to support them, and that's my comment to it. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Che Asamoah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I quite remember in 2020 when Parliament was passing the bill to establish the Akintina Piamenka University of Skill Training and Entrepreneurial Development. I had the opportunity to work with the Education Committee. Mr. Speaker, an extensive engagement with all the stakeholders, including the Otufo Osetitu, the Asantehene, Otufo Osetitu II, were all engaged, and I remember the first occasion he was also present. Mr. Speaker, Akintin Apiamenka is one Ghanaian who was once a Deputy Minister of Trade for this country. He was also once a Deputy Attorney General of this country. Apiamenka's name resonates across all businesses in this country, and for the object for which this university is being established, to make sure it has a good linkage with industry, with businesses, so our teeming youth don't come after school looking for public service jobs, but rather will be looking at private sector jobs, and to be innovative and create jobs and employ other people. It's quite unfortunate today, once again I repeat, it's a sad day that we are killing the spirit of young Ghanaians who intend to emulate said people like it Akintina Piamenka, who has led a life that men and women of this country, young ones, can look up to and also develop so much and be independently establish their own jobs and employ people. Today, just after 2020, when this university was established, the MPP government under Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has contributed so much and has supported the university with a huge amount of equipment spanning from civil engineering, electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, and the rest. This is what we're expecting the Minister of Education and the government to come to this honorable house to come and ask for support, because this is about skill training. This is about entrepreneurial mindset. We want Ghanaians to start thinking outside the box and the culture of change to make sure that our young ones will not come out of university and be looking for government jobs or public sector jobs, but they can create their own jobs in collaboration with the private sector. Today, I'm even told that this man, Akintina Piamenka, contributed to the constitution of this country, the drafting of the constitution of this country. Today, we are killing that spirit. Honorable Minister, we are pleading with you that look at it again and withdraw this bill, because Ghanaians are being told it's no more good to be an entrepreneur. It's no more good to serve your nation. And like the earlier argument the minister was making, Mr. Speaker, every university that you can think of, that is
honorable member, from the report and the memorandum accompanying the bill, where are Ghanaians being told what you are saying?
Mr. Speaker, every bill and every act has a spirit behind it. And I'm referring to the spirit behind this bill. That is what I know, Mr. Speaker. At the time of consideration of this bill, you were part of the Education Committee and you had the opportunity to contribute.
What did Order 127 say? Did Order 127 say you speak on the spirit? The spirit may be your own imagination, but the law says you debate on the basis of explanatory memorandum and the report of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I know I'm not a lawyer, but anytime an article needs to be interpreted, each judge interprets it based on their own appreciation of the act. That is why one judge can make a ruling and another judge can overturn that ruling.
No,
notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker,
we debate. That's why the law is trying to tell us what we should do. But I don't want a situation where they will say that you are misleading, which will become a matter of privileges. That is why I am drawing your attention to the fact that you are saying we are being told by the bill. It's as if that indication is in the bill.
Mr. Speaker, we are looking at the principle here. It's the principle that we are looking at. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the report of the committee, it says that Akintin Appiah-Minka University of Skill Training and Entrepreneurial Development was established by an Act of Parliament, Act 1026, passed on the 11th of August 2020, with an assent given on the 27th of August 2020. So this university, this is a new university, is barely 10 years old, Mr. Speaker. This university that is supposed to support skill training is barely 10 years old, and we are not doing anything to add up to the university, but we are changing the name. And no other person like a strong Ashanti who has been an entrepreneur, who has been an academician, who has been a politician, a lawyer. He was a lawyer. And these are people, we want people to be looking up to them and to be asking why this man's name was used to name after a university. Mr. Speaker, today we are killing the spirit of a lot of Ashanti young men who aspire to grow, be academician and be businessmen as well. That is all we are saying, is the principle. So what we are asking, Mr. Speaker, we are asking the Honorable Minister and His Excellency the President is to really look at this bill again and come again. Because this bill had an engagement, and I believe the people of Ashanti, the young men, and I also look at them, that we are saying that Akintin Appiah-Minka doesn't deserve to be named after a university in the Ashanti region. The same principle that was being argued here by the majority leader, that people within the northern region wasn't any good person to be named after. So are we telling Ashantis that Akintin Appiah-Minka is not a good example for Ashantis? Growing up, Appiah-Minka soap, almost everybody within the chamber knows about Appiah-Minka soap. So, Mr. Speaker, we are asking the Minister of Education to please reconsider withdrawing this bill and keeping the name Akintin Appiah-Minka University of Skill Training and Entrepreneurial Development. But if you should come back to this chamber again, come and ask that we contribute or we provide extra equipment for this university, we give them enough resources to embark on a strong research so that they can work in this with industry. Mr. Speaker, with these few weeks, I would like to state emphatically that I will oppose the bill and this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, leadership.
Speaker, I will yield to Honorable Vincent.
Yeah, very well. Honorable Safwa.
Thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, a country that fails to honor its heroes is not worth dying for. Right Honorable Speaker, a country that fails to honor its heroes is not worth dying for. We are setting a very bad precedent. The precedent that we are setting today is that irrespective of your talent, irrespective of your sacrifices, it is meaningless to sacrifice for this country. Right Honorable Speaker, in 1960, when Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology was a University of Science and Technology, it was on a certain basis or rationale for us to now change the name from University of Science and Technology and name it under one of our heroes, who is the Kwame Nkrumah of University of Science and Technology. Right Honorable Speaker, how do we decide to turn the clock backwards when we have decided that we will name a university after somebody who has sacrificed enormously for this country? Right Honorable Speaker, it is a dangerous precedent and we should not allow it to fester. It is a dangerous precedent and we should not allow it to continue. Right Honorable Speaker, apart from that, has the Committee of Education considered the financial and administrative costs to the state? Right Honorable Speaker, has the committee and the Minister of Education considered the financial cost to the state? That today, if you go to the Akenten University, everything that is in the university now will have to be changed to a new name. Have you considered the cost to the state? Right Honorable Speaker, it is a dangerous precedent. And I am worried as a member of parliament in that region, and we are looking on for people to go ahead with this kind of mess. We cannot allow it to fester. Right Honorable Speaker, there is also a historical evolution that we need to protect. When I was on the Committee of Education, I remember at the time, there was a briefing from the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology who made us understand the rationale behind the establishment of the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. And in fact, the Minister of Education, last 3-4 days when we met at the committee, indicated the reason why the O24 is made the Chancellor on the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology's Council. The reason is that his predecessor played a crucial role in the establishment of the university. The same philosophy should be applied here. The same philosophy is that people who have played a role, people who have contributed to the establishment of the university cannot be overlooked, especially when we are giving certain nomenclatures to it. Right Honorable Speaker, it is a bad precedent. We should not allow it to fester. We should not allow it to happen. We on this side is opposing the name change of Apia Kenten University to the University of Skills Development. It is a very bad precedent. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Honourable members, I'll put a question. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried.
An act to amend the Kenton Apia-Menka University of Skills Training and Entrepreneurial Development Act 2020 at 1026 to change the name of the university to the University of Skills Training and Entrepreneurial Development and to provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the Kenton Apia-Menka University of Skills Training and Entrepreneurial Development Amendment Bill 2025 is duly read for the second time. Yes.
Speaker, may I pray you that we take motion number 40, Speaker.
Motion numbered 42. Minister for Education.
Madam Speaker, with your indulgence, motion 40.
Very well. This
As
motion
it
40.
appears on page 17 of today's
motion 40.
order paper, procedural motion, I so move.
Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, the question is as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Yes. Motion.
Speaker, motion number 41, Mr. Speaker.
The item numbered 41, consideration in the main order paper. Can you check it? So we move motion numbered 43.
Motion number 43.
Okay. Yes. So
Speaker, so we'll take
yes,
item number
Kenton
41.
Apia-Menka University at
Yes.
consideration stage.
Yeah, 41.
Clause 1, Chairman of the Committee.
At 1026, amend.
Mr. Speaker, Clause 1, amendment proposed. Paragraph A, line 2, after development, insert Kumasi, and it runs through the whole clause.
I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment by the Chairman of the Committee say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment by the Chairman of the Committee is ordered to stand part of the bill. And all members, there are consequential amendments, so I'll put a question on all the consequential amendments. As many as are in favor of Clause 1, as variously amended consequentially, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Consequential amendment.
Chairman of the Committee.
Clause 2, amendment proposed. Line 3, after development, insert Kumasi.
All members, the consequential amendment is being amended consequentially. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of Clause 2, as amended, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Long title.
An act to amend the Akenten Apia Menka University of Skills Training and Entrepreneurial Development Act 2020 at 1026 to change the name of the university to the University of Skills Training and Entrepreneurial Development and to provide for related matters.
Chairman of the committee, any proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker, long title amendment proposed, line 3, after development insert Kumasi. Thank you.
Honourable member, this is also consequential. I'll put a question on the long title. As many as are in favor of the long title standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, this brings us to the end of the consideration stage of Akenten Apia Menka University of Skills Training and Entrepreneurial Development Amendment Bill 2025. Honourable Minister, you may now move motion number 42.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion 42, as it appears on page 19 of today's order paper, I so move. Thank you.
Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. As many as are in favor of the motion numbered 42 at page 19 of today's order paper, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The procedural motion numbered 42 is adopted. Now, motion numbered 43.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Akenten Apia Menka University of Skills Training and Entrepreneurial Development Amendment Bill 2025 be now read the third time. I so move.
Motion move. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried.
An act to amend the Akenten Apia Menka University of Skills Training and Entrepreneurial Development Act 2020 at 1026 to change the name of the university to the University of Skills Training and Entrepreneurial Development, Kumasi, and to provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the Akenten Apia Menka University of Skills Training and Entrepreneurial Development Amendment Bill 2025 is duly read the third time and duly passed. Yes, Majority Leader.
Speaker, the indications are that we take a short suspension for about an hour so that we can come back and deal with the outstanding issues.
Honourable members, can we make it 30 minutes?
Speaker, I plead that we do it 1 hour to be able to resolve all outstanding matters so that when we come back, you can with alacrity go through the ceremonial motions.
I thought we'll be doing the closed sitting.
Okay. Do we do the closed sitting? Yeah. Speaker, 30 minutes is agreed. 30 minutes. We'll do 30 minutes. Yeah.
Honourable members, the House is temporarily suspended for 30 minutes.